And we're live.
You are still muted there, Tim.
Bill, you muted yourself from the time I said
Yeah.
we were going live to when we went live.
Well, I didn't want you guys hearing me chew a piece of bacon. So,
Bacon!
welcome literally to Breakfast and Dragons, our second installment on our streaming service for free for Forever DMs. Um, as we last left off of our intrepid party, they had investigated through the urgings of a local merchant a farmhouse that turned out to be trapped within a pocket dimension within a cursed painting. Upon going down the well and discovering where the paintings were thrown, um, they destroyed the paintings, which, as far as they know, might have lifted the curse. Being attacked by two strange eldritch-like creatures and discovering some interesting things that did not belong down a farmhouse well, we'll pick up right after combat where we left off.
Man, this feels like it was weeks ago.
Yeah.
Like most of the gaps we've had, I felt like even the one with our stream, I felt like it wasn't that long. But this one feels like it was forever.
It was a plural. It was 2 weeks. That is literally the minimum
No,
amount of.
I
I know, but it feels like it's been much longer because
yeah, I don't know why. Thanksgiving, all that, I guess.
It's been a busy couple of weeks for everybody, I think.
Yeah.
yeah.
Are we sure there are no more of those dead things?
No.
Yeah, thanks.
I will
Well,
prompt
she's
Cannon.
nothing if not honest. And Oliver will rush forward to see if there is anything else around that needs to be checked out.
If you go past Tannen, Tannen will bat at your legs as you go.
Don't forget about those statues near the entrance that all the fire breathing and whatnot.
Now, after
Oliver
you do,
just like hoofs by and he's just like, we are to turn them off. And he just...
you actually, in fact, have, because as you pass by those eldritch-like statues, nothing happens.
Yeah, so Oliver will kind of rush up here and see if he can see or hear anything else that sounds threatening in the area.
Is there anything lootable? These bodies.
Okay, you roll me an investigation check from the bodies. The bodies are actually starting to bubble and become this dark, almost opaque liquid that's kind of just into the ground.
Were you telling me to roll investigation?
Well, I didn't realize you said bodies. The bodies are decomposing very
Okay.
rapidly and turning into sludge. If you, however, want to check the room, roll me an investigation check. And we will go back to Oliver while you do that. Oliver, from your passive perception in this area, it is kind of calm. You hear the running of the water in the cave. You don't hear anything else.
I rolled an 18 for investigation.
So, Killian, as you are looking around, you notice about right here, beneath the near the foot of the chair, you do find a rather large leather bag. Opening it up, it's gold coins.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'll be taking that.
It's pretty hefty. There's a large amount in here.
I'll sling it over my shoulder. Finders keepers.
Ben is still kind of looking longingly at the
Teleportation circle.
the teleportation circle, really wanting to stay and pick at that puzzle, but kind of slowly and resignedly coming out. Are we leaving? Oh, you got new luggage.
Yeah, ask me about it later. I think it's probably better if we hightail it out of here.
Uh,
I wouldn't want to meet any more of those. And I nod to the like squishy bodies that are like bubbling on the ground.
By this time, it's a black ooze. That's
Yeah, that-
just-
cute.
Oh,
Yeah.
they smell worse. How did
they
that
do.
happen?
They do smell pretty horrible. It's a combination of just like salt and fish.
Uh,
Mm.
I don't want any fish today. Let's
And
go.
Oliver walks back over to Tannen, gives him some scratches behind the ears, and says, I do not hear anything else. I think we should get out of here before anything else shows up, though.
Yeah. I'm gonna give one last look to this area and just walk out very slowly.
Okay.
And Bill, just to refresh Gabriel's mind on this, the fireplace did not emit any sort of arcane energy. Like I had detect magic going for 10 minutes, so
All you detected arcane energy from the
paintings, the box I got, and the circle.
circle, and the only arcane energy you really got from that is a residual. It's mostly formulaic, and it's composite, as in it has the capability of attracting arcane energies to produce an effect.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's not magical in of itself.
Yeah.
It's a very complicated math problem, basically.
I copied it down as best I could,
Yeah.
and I'll pick at that puzzle later. You all felt that shift, right? That kind of transition. It felt like we may have transitioned back to the material plane. I could be wrong.
I felt it too.
Oliver stops for a second before setting his foot down in the water. I was Baloo another of the magical creatures? Was he going to go
No.
away, or is? Oh goodness! And he will just hightail it at that point.
Ben just chuckles.
About where you get now, it starts getting a lot deeper as you remember. So you're like through the water. How long did Baloo last?
Till the next dawn, if he
Okay.
if he survives.
if he survived getting mobbed.
Hopefully, we have people tuning in just to find out if Baloo survived.
Oh man, why do you think I'm here today?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. At the next
Sure.
dawn, yeah.
Yeah, it was hours. So
Yeah, it
Okay.
is literally the next dawn
Yeah.
or reduced to 0 hit points.
all right, so all of you make it swimming through the water. Don't encounter anything. If you're heading back, were you heading back to the well?
That's where I was
Yeah.
headed. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe so.
You get there, you see the light way above.
So is we
Well,
don't have a rope.
there was a rope. It
There
was
was a
tied to
rope.
Baloo.
Oh no.
Do I see the rope anywhere?
That sounds like something we would do.
We
How long
were
was the
in a
rope?
bit of a hurry.
Yeah.
How long was the rope again?
It was a
50
50-foot
feet.
rope.
50-foot rope.
And it was already down the well. It was just tied off to Baloo.
Right.
There's nothing but a rope and a little tinge of fur floating in the water.
Oh no.
Oliver breaks down and just starts bawling.
There.
Baloo!
Bill's doing math in his head. Give me a perception check, Oliver.
That's a 19 on the die for 24.
Okay. As you're peering up through this well, you do see way up ahead the bucket. And about halfway down the well, you see the end of a rope.
So about how far up? So I guess it's 50 feet above us still?
Mm,
Or how far, if it was a 50-foot rope, how far above us is the end of the rope?
I'll say about looking up the well from where you are. There's a little bit of a gap between you and where this well comes down into this little underground aquifer. I'll say it's about 15, 20 feet above you.
You must eat me.
Who's the smallest?
So have we all caught up at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. I look up at the rope, and I look over at Tannen, who's floating soggily in the water, very unhappy about it. I'm sorry. And I bamf Tannen onto the rope.
Oh.
You just see this cat like with water and dripping down from him, and he's like hanging on to the end of this rope. He does, although it shocks you guys. Tannen just looks like, oh, this again.
That sounds about right. And I just have Tannen start tugging on the rope.
He tugs, and the rope does not move.
He looks down at me like, are you fucking kidding me? And I look back up. Okay, fine. And he's gone.
Yeah.
I'm not much help right now.
So how climbable are the rocks like at the base down here? Because there was like an entryway, like a little alcove where we initially came down. So like, are the rocks climbable up to the rope?
Where you are, as tall as, since you're the tallest person in the party, you're treading water, but your tiptoes are touching rock underneath you.
Okay.
What about the walls?
Yeah,
Are
like the
walls
surrounding. I was talking like the surrounding walls in this little alcove.
It'll be difficult, but it is doable.
Do we have more rope?
Do you?
I'm asking
That's
the
my
the
rope.
rest of the party.
I have a rope.
Okay, because well, if I can get up there, I think I can attach that rope to this rope.
I legitimately think I might be the smallest one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Oliver will attempt to find like somewhere that he can grab onto the rock, just a single handhold to get him himself kind of out of the water, and then he will extend a hand down to whoever wants to try and get yeeted up to the rope.
Wait, what? Throw?
You can throw?
Well,
Okay.
unless you
Okay.
want to try and climb the treacherous walls here, I think this might be the best option. Just give you a boost.
Okay.
Killian?
Oh no, I
Like-
think Larissa's a little smaller than me.
I was be like, let's just try. And I'm like, okay, let's go.
So Oliver will like take.
I'm gonna like take out the rope.
He will reach this mitt of a hand down and like loop it under your arm, like up in your armpit, and just heave.
We are now officially yeeting a rogue.
Okay.
I'm sitting here debating the physics of a a strong furbog
Very
throwing a
strong.
rogue who's halfway submerged in water vertically
Well, that's why I was
20
grabbing.
feet.
That's why I was grabbing on it. For what it's worth, I can push, drag, or lift 2,400 pounds.
That's absurd.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hold
Give
on. That
me
might be not 1,200. Sorry, I did
Still
the math wrong.
absurd.
Still,
yeah. I was like, it's a gun.
I don't think she weighs anywhere close to that amount. So just throwing it out there.
Her ego might. Or maybe just her issues. I'm not sure. Or maybe it was the guy in the yellow robe.
You see, like her just side eye to you.
So, all right, give me a strength check. as the DM sent a secret message to the rogue.
21.
21. Okay. So, Larissa, you feel the strength in the muscles tense of this very large, very friendly furbog, and you are rocketed out of the water,
Oh wow. Okay.
flying up towards the mouth of the bottom of this well.
Yeet.
Oh man. Okay.
What does that
So,
mean? Is that a
I'm gonna
furball thing?
try. Am I like
Use
anywhere
the
near
words of my
that?
people.
Cannon.
Yeah. Am I anywhere near that rope?
You are traveling towards it, yes, at a high rate of speed.
And if it looks like if it looks like she's not going to get there, I could Eldritch Blast her ass up there.
Oh, you don't.
That'll add an extra 10 feet. What was that?
I'll allow it.
So is it like is she gonna get there, or can I tell if she's gonna
Yeah,
get there?
I mean,
Roll me in acrobatics, Larissa.
I mean, if the thing was 15, 20 feet above, I grabbed onto the wall. My wingspan to get above me would have been about 10 to 11 feet by the time she left my hand. So
that was a 19.
19.
I don't know why it rolled twice, but yes, a 19.
You are not able. You are close to the rope, but with your 19, you're able to grab on to the side of the well. The rope is about 2 feet above you.
Shit. Okay. Is there any way for me to climb or jump from where I am to the rope?
Ben leans over. You missed your chance.
This is that scene from the other. Well, that's not the other guys. It's that Sean Penn movie. Shame.
Shame.
What's the cop movie called? Hot Fuzz.
Hot Fuzz.
Fuzz.
You're thinking
Hot Fuzz.
not
Yeah,
John
yeah.
Penn, but Simon Pegg.
It's Simon
Yeah,
Pegg.
yeah. Shame. God, I haven't watched that movie in forever. Such a good movie.
Yes, it is. Okay, give me a because you're not going to backflip up to it. Give me an athletics check.
Oh, no. Okay.
Can I change yeet to yarp?
You're
Yarp.
Oh, that's not good. Okay. That is a 6.
okay. So you go and you just can't. Your muscles are giving, and you start to fall. Killian, I will let you take a reaction.
So I'm like, oh hell, I'm sorry, Larissa. No, I'm gonna fight.
Wait, if it is like trying to like do that, I misty step over. I'm gonna use my last misty step.
Well, shit.
Where are you
Your blast
stepping
just
to?
goes wide.
Oliver just kind of looks as she does this and goes, "She could have just done that from the beginning, I think."
How far am I from the
Tune in
top?
next week when we're still in the well.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get far enough up that I can have some leeway and tie the rope so I know it's not like right at the bottom. So if someone pulls too hard, it doesn't like release.
Okay. Well, you're able to misty step above you, and you grab onto the rope. The edge of the well is. Are you misty stepping the full 30 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, then you're at the edge of the well.
Oh, okay.
As you peek your head out of this well, Bill pulls it up. Maps. We get to try our new cameraman function here in a second as I move Larissa up here. As you come to the top of the well, and let's see. And let's assign that to. As you come to the top of the well, you see the rope over the side of the well, and the rope leads into the barn here.
Okay, so I'm gonna call down and be like, I think maybe our bear friend is in the barn. I'm gonna go see if I can find him real quick. And so I'm gonna
Surrounding this well are just piles and piles of straw and burlap and sticks.
okay.
Dude, Baloo did some work.
Yeah. I'm gonna go closer to the barn. Do I see him in here? Or hear him in here?
Laying in the corner of this barn, a very wounded, heavy breathing, sad looking bear.
Oh.
And he's like,
Do healing potions work on bears?
Let's see, why not?
There's only one way to find out. Do the right
I
thing.
know. I'm like, I have a lesser healing potion. I'm gonna try to use it on the bear.
Are you shouting this down the well?
Not yet. I say he's injured, but he's alive and breathing.
He's not real.
Oh, that's true. Let's see. Oh,
He's
dang
not
it.
real. Just tie the rope off. It's fine.
You said he was real. You said he wasn't a magic bear.
Shh, I'm just messing with her.
Save the bear, damn it.
So I'm gonna untie him. Well, no. So I'm gonna.
as you get closer, he stands up and
Mhm.
starts walking towards you.
Yeah.
Does
I was
the
gonna
rope
say,
happen
like-
to start descending?
Yeah, that's what
Yes.
I'm gonna try to get the bear as close to the well as I can. So I'm gonna.
Right.
I got some like meat that I took from the inn, and I'm just gonna be like, I know you're
Oh,
not.
when they're summoned from the bag of tricks, they're friendly to you. So he
Oh.
is following you.
I was like, come along, come to the well.
So he's very, very, very weary bear.
That bear's seen some shit.
Yeah. I'm gonna kind of like pet his, scratch his head, be like, it's okay. Does the rope just does the rope descend enough for them to grab onto it, or do?
The bear gets closer. The rope does start descending further and further down until it's just above you. Oliver, you can reach up and barely grab the end of it.
Okay. I will reach up and grab the end, and I will extend a hand down to grab next in line to lift them up to
I will
the rope.
unceremoniously grab Oliver's head and start like foot on the
Oh,
nose.
yeah,
like,
I could
climbing.
have helped you, but that works too. Okay.
And because you start talking to him, he stops, but his foot is still on your head.
No, this is fine. Just go ahead. Just,
Okay.
just get off the damn rope.
All right. So for the sake
Why
of
not?
brevity, over the course of the next 10 minutes, all of you are able to make it to Bing. All of you are able to make it up here. Who's dead?
That's your
I
camera,
think
man.
it's the cameraman.
Oh, man.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
We have I just realized we do have an undead cameraman.
As every
best use
wizard
of
should.
unseen servant ever.
I will dismiss my light spell.
Okay. You dismiss your light spell, and Oliver still has light cast on him. Coming out of this well, the endless cornfield that was surrounding this farm is gone. You see the road again. And you hear birds.
Oh,
no,
never
Oliver.
thought I'd be so happy to hear birds.
I'm gonna talk to the bear and be like, "Thank you for your assistance."
Oliver comes out of the well. Baloo, you're alive! And he just scritching the ears and going nuts with them.
Because he seems to be having such a good time, I will reach in the bag of tricks and pull out 2 more
Oh my god.
little balls of fuzz and see what comes of them.
Okay. See what happens.
For some reason, my chat window isn't popping up, so
Yeah, I was messing with that earlier. You have to click it. You click the top corner. The pop-up thing doesn't.
oh, nice. I like that.
And don't forget the hotkeys. You have hotkeys as well. D brings out the chat window.
Cool. I like that better, honestly.
I do too. Wow, cool. Learned something new. All right, so the first thing that pops out is a giant boar. And
Okay.
the second thing that you don't have to pull out tokens for these. The second thing that pops out is Baloo's
Yes, I
big
do.
brother.
Oh. Okay.
Still another brown bear, but I'm going to pop them out behind Oliver.
Oliver notices nothing, just hugging Baloo, giving him scritches, checking him over, seeing if he needs to, attend anything medically, because he's clearly super good at that. But, just checking him over.
Hey, Oliver.
See another brown bear that appears behind Oliver.
Hey, Oliver. I think Baloo's family is behind you.
Oh my god, there's another one. And he keeps scratching Baloo and like reaches the hand. What? Oh, that's
okay. Dire boar. Here we go.
That's scary boar. So Oliver just sits down on the ground and just powwows with all the animals and
cuddle piles the bears.
The boar and the other bear look kind of confused, but they're into it. Yeah, I mean, they just kind of they're the Mr. Meeseeks of they just showed up. They're like, existence is pain.
As that is happening, Ben is going to go check the house to see if there's any change or any people appeared there. And Tannen is going to go check the windmill.
Mm-hmm. And on the off chance that they're okay, I'm going to follow what Abigail's diary said, and I'm going to go look partially into the cornfield.
Okay. Tannen checking the... do I have Tannen on here? I don't see Tannen.
Yeah, he's over by the windmill.
So Tannen checking the windmill. There's no changes in the windmill. You walking in the house, there's no real changes into the house. But Larissa, as you near the road, about halfway down the road, you see 3 figures laying in the road.
3 figures?
Fuck, guys.
Laying in the road. Okay.
I mean, player me is not surprised.
Yeah, I'm also
I'm not surprised either, but I'm gonna go move a little closer. Just kind of weary.
As you get closer, the figures, one is an adult female human laying on her face. One is a adult, apparently male tiefling with blue skin, and another is a young teenage girl with small horns but humanish skin.
Okay, and they're just completely. Don't want to like search their bodies. I just want to make sure like they're gone, right? They're completely
Roll me a
gone.
medicine check. 1. Yeah, they're dead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they are dead. That's a 6.
If they weren't
You-
before.
Yeah, if they weren't before, they are now.
They are very, very, with a 6, they're very still. They're not moving, but you do see the young girl stir.
So I'm gonna scream back and be like, "Is anybody good with healing?"
Well, hang on. Let me take a look.
Oliver will reach into his pouch amidst the pile of bears on him and hold up a healing potion. I have these.
Yeah, I have
No,
like,
wait. I can take care of this.
yeah, but if
those.
no one else could do it, I'll use my lesser healing potion.
And then I'll take out like a kind of like weird looking salve and put it wipe it on her wounds, and it glows for a second, and then I'm casting Cure Wounds. She heals for heals for 12,
Man,
No.
which is probably like 8 more health than she has.
Yeah.
Bill, you're muted.
Sorry. The girl sets bolt up at this moment and very shocked. And she looks at both of you. You see, as you get a good look at her now, her skin has a very pale humanish view, but it has a pinkish texture to it. It's obviously a tiefling child. And she looks past you to the 2 figures behind you. She goes, "Mama!" And she runs and shoves past Larissa and goes to the female figure and starts shaking her. And you start noticing that the female figure is stirring as well.
Oh,
I'm gonna kind of step back, like kind of like stumble backwards. And we'll look at Killian and say, "You can't do that again, right?" And then pull out my like lesser healing potion and go.
hang on. Let me see.
If they are alive, just help them up.
No, I have no more healing. I've literally tapped.
Okay, so
Wait. I have a packed slot, but I don't think I can use my packed slots for my bard spells, can I?
yeah, you can.
You can.
Oh, I
Yeah.
can?
Mhm.
Okay, then yes, I have one more.
okay, Bill, do they look like they can just get up on their own without being like healed? I mean,
The adult woman is just shaking her head and rubbing her forehead, and she just looks very confused as her daughter helps her set up in the middle of the road.
So
Okay.
this, well, I've already spent the slot. It's fine. So the second level slot actually heals less than the first level slot does. It heals for 10.
And you're doing that on the mother.
Yeah.
As it were?
Yes.
All right, she breathed in as there's no visible wounds to her, but it does seem like it provides some relief. And she immediately hugs her daughter and they start to cry. And about that time, you hear a voice as the man starts lifting himself up, and he's like, "Oh, God."
Okay, guys, I'm out of spell slots. So
yeah, so I'm gonna.
Don't worry, I can heal you by lobotomizing you telepathically. It's fine.
Oh,
it's a type of healing.
You'll never remember the pain.
As this is going on,
Dark
Oliver,
AF.
the 2 bears are kind of like to each other, and the boar's just looking very.
Where have you
confused.
been? I've been waiting up all night for you.
Oliver just starts carrying on back and forth with them as well. Completely oblivious to the rest of what's happening around. Obsessed with
Ben
animals.
and his I'm not super good with people, and I look kind of funny, is just sitting back going, okay, and patting his satchel bag that has the case in it.
Well, the man eventually sets, and when they see that he's up, the woman and the daughter run to him, and they just a moment of just relief as this family hugs. And eventually, the tiefling male with his blue skin looks up at Killian and Larissa, and did you do this?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. You're talking
Yeah.
about the pocket dimension and the scarecrows. No, that was not us. If you're talking about the you being back here, I believe that was our fault. Yes.
But we had some help, and I pull out Abigail's diary and I hand it back to her, and I said, "This helped us a lot."
And she takes it and thank you. And he just hugs them both, and he's like, "You don't understand. I thought I lost them," and he just hugs them very tight.
Aw.
You go.
How did you come about to possess such an item that did such powerful magics?
He looks very confused for a second and remembers. Are you speaking of the paints? Or
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. According to what Abigail said, the paints were supposed to make whatever her mom painted true. I believe that is what happened. She said something about a man who is always dark.
I don't understand a man who is always dark. And Abigail interrupts and says, "No, that city you talk about, that's always dark." He says, "Evernight?" Yeah, we didn't know for sure if it was the paintings or the paints themselves. We didn't know what was going on when we woke up the next morning trapped in our farm. So the only thing I could think of is we threw it down the well.
Well, they are no longer down the well.
Mm-mm. Neither the paints nor the painting.
Well, but there is something else down there, and
Mm-hmm.
He looks very frightened when you say that.
There's nothing living anymore.
well, assuming that there's not any more of them.
You're not reassuring this man.
No.
Well, I want him to know the reality of where he is. If whatever we encounter down there, if there's more, they're quite dangerous, as you can see from our state. And I'm like still bleeding.
Yeah.
I've
Like-
still got a gash as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah. Still not okay.
It's perhaps if we all started a fire and shared some supper. It is, as Gabriel looks back at his notes, getting into the afternoon. The sun should be setting soon.
He nods. Yeah. He stands his wife up. She looks to, as soon as she sees Killian and Larissa, she just stopped hugging her daughter and like just wrapped both arms around you guys.
And Larissa just kind of like holds her hands out like this, like not used to being touched, and kind of goes, like, "You can let go of me now."
Oliver will pop up and say, "You can hug the bears if you want. They're very nice." And he will lead
As-
Blue and his brother over.
As they come down the road towards the farmhouse, they are a little taken aback by the animals, but when they see that they are friendly to this very odd, large creature that walks towards them, not the bear, Oliver, uh,
The other bear.
they give the look of they've seen stranger things than this in the last several weeks,
I
weeks
mean,
time.
same. So,
So I will transition. Oh well, no, I won't. Because click. Uh, over the course, you guys enter into the farmhouse. Um, Abigail and her mother, after realizing everything is safe, does start preparing a meal. Um, the father starts to setting the house right, lifting up chairs and things to where it was in disarray, and just it's this eerie silence of them not really 100% sure this is real yet, but are preying on hope that it is.
While they're doing that and going about setting themselves to rights, uh, uh, Killian, do you mind stepping outside with me for a moment
Obliged.
and go around the side of the house where the family can't see and pull out that case? This was down in the well as well. I'm going to discover what it is, and just things are weird. So
I'll thump the gold sack down and say I'll trade you for it.
oh, we that is
Uh-huh.
nice.
Yeah.
Okay, and pulling open my dimensional luggage, basically pulling my spell book out of thin air. I will begin ritually casting Identify. I don't know. It feels better to have someone around and not sneak off and do it,
Fine by me.
Okay, so over the course of the 10 minutes, you still have the pearl, right? Or a pearl?
I still have like my component pearl. I haven't consumed
Yeah.
that for the
Because
other spells.
I just remember you guys were selling a lot of stuff, and I was just like, I
Yeah,
don't
I
remember.
have. So anything that is a consumable item, I have set aside in my inventory, and
Okay.
if I wind up using my other pearl, I will make a note of that. But that is separate from my consumables list.
For the warning, I do have my other screen's volume down, so I didn't hear that you guys were still in the well. There's the audio.
There we go.
Like I literally could not hear the other one. There we
Hey,
go.
that's nicer.
Sounds actually pleasant.
Okay, so sitting down for the over the course of the next 10 minutes, you do cast the spell. It is a set of magical pigments that you are familiar with spells such as this, or magical items such as this. It's very, very similar to, it's a simple magical enchantment that will bring anything that's painted into physical form. But it's not supposed to be living. It does simple things like if you paint a rock, it'll become a physical rock. It doesn't create anything of value. Like if you paint a gem, it's not going to be priceless.
Understood.
That's what
But
happened here.
yeah,
Reaching back into my training and my time in the Arcanum, and a time where magic was more plentiful and around in the world, the hunch I'm leaning towards is that because things were painted that were potentially living or like larger like landscapes and whatnot, then something about it changed, or do I feel like there's something odd about the paints themselves, or they're maybe cursed on their own?
Because you're a very intelligent person. Well, your character.
Yeah.
Because your character is a very intelligent person. Just your passive intelligence, you're able to recall down in the well when you did detect magic on the aura. It came out as a conjuration aura, but the tint of the color was off. There's something strange about this item. You don't know 100% of what it is, but it is different.
Something is off, and I explain all of this to Killian just for simplicity's sake.
Mhm.
I think it may be best to let them think it's gone.
Yeah, I agree. During that 10 minutes, can I count how much gold is in this sack?
Can you count to 2,000 in 10 minutes?
1, 2.
Probably.
It's a hefty amount, around 2,000 gold.
Okay.
I will reach into my coat pocket and pull out a little replica of a chest, of a purple wood and ivory carved chest, and extend out my hand, and appearing in front of me is Liamin's secret chest that
Nice.
cracks open. We got rid of some of the stuff that armor has gone, so there's more room, and I will wrap up in a piece of cloth the paints just to make sure they stay secure, and stick them in the chest.
And then I go to stick the entire sack of 2,000 gold into the chest.
You're welcome to.
Okay.
Should be there when we get back. And very like the Fonz, Ben just kind of kicks it, and the lid, and it's gone.
As this is going on, transfer back to inside the house. Oliver and Larissa, the family seems to be residing to the fact that, you know, this may be going back to normal. Oliver, the bears want to come in the house.
Every time I go back to the map screen, I just see the bears. Like,
Yeah. Like leaving.
So as the rest of the family has kind of calmed down, Oliver is actually outside with the little Abigail. Is that her name? Is that right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's going, this one is Baloo, and this one is Kuma, and this one, she is Nita. And he points down to the boar. He's introducing Abigail to the animals, and
She looks kind of frightened, but she's, are they mean?
no, they're very nice, I promise. And he goes up and pets them.
She goes up to Kuma and she starts petting him and goes, "Hello, Baloo."
Oliver does not correct her at all. He doesn't care. He's just happy she's petting the bears.
Inside the house, you do see that the mother that that you come to know as Sarah, and the male, the father is named Mark. This is the Ender family, as they have, and you know, as you've learned, this is their farm. Sarah does begin to make some food that she can find around the house. Not really. She's more taken aback that time seems to have passed. A longer amount of time than she remembers has passed. So a lot of the food that she's going to is not usable, and it's confusing her. However, you do see that Mark Ender, the father, is looking through various areas of the house, and he does appear to be looking for something.
Okay. I don't think I ever put it back up, but I think my disguise self is down.
If I remember correctly, when you found out that this island was more welcoming to tieflings, and because especially this community of refugees.
Mhm.
You
I think I dropped it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask him. I was like, is there something that I can help you look for? We found quite a bit of stuff in the place where Abigail was hiding.
he says, well, I'm honestly very, very thankful that you did what you did, and I was looking for something to reward you with, but it seems like several items are missing from my home. Namely of which my savings that we've saved up quite a bit.
We didn't find any coin anywhere out on the property. Did you have it on you when you?
No, it was we had it nestled under the bed for a rainy day, but it was just in case. It was all my sailing. It was all my savings from the sailing trips and the extra shoreman work I did while Sarah and Abigail worked the farm, and I was this was supposed to be my last trip.
So, how much do you think that you had saved?
He kind of looks very embarrassed. I didn't tell my wife yet, but close to 1,800 gold.
So I'm gonna pull.
Am I inside?
No.
I'm gonna pull both my mithril ingots out, and I'm gonna hand it to him, and I'm like, "I'm sorry you lost it, but this should help you."
What are those worth?
800 gold each.
It's close.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Net
do not let anybody take these from you for less than about 800 gold.
He thank you. You came here to I came here to reward you, and you're helping me still. Hold on. And he goes to this chest and he starts rummaging through, like he's pulling clothes out. And God, I keep hitting the wrong button. So I've got my laptop camera right here, and I keep typing on my other computer. He pulls out this coat that's at the bottom of this tub, or this crate, and he says, "This I wore this on ship," and you start noticing the bottom of it. It's a very long, like sailor's coat with a collar, very, very, very nice Victorian like trench coat, very well worn. It's got salt stains near the bottom and everything. He says, "This helped me a lot in my travels. A friend of mine gave it to me a long time ago, and it I believe it's magic. I'm not 100% sure, but thanks to you, I'm not gonna have to return and leave my family again. So I want you to take it because I don't need it anymore."
Just gonna grab it and fold it kind of as neatly as she can. I know it's like big, but I'm gonna put it in the bag of holding for right this second until I can figure out what's going on with it. And I'm gonna look at him and his wife, and I'm like, "You have given me more than I can ever repay. Where I hail from, you and your family would not be able to live the way you do."
He kind of laughs. This is why we are here. This is why we've come to this island of Providence in Sorrow Bend. Is they welcome us, and we can have a simpler life away from the people down south.
Yes, I can see that now.
And he looks at you and he says, I can tell you've seen horrible things. You have this aura about you. Just know that in my travels, there are places that welcome people like us. And he kind of like gestures with his horns. He says, it's honestly just them.
This is the first time I've been able to walk around just as I normally am. And I had a feeling the longer I went on that it was just them.
And he just very quickly, he just kind of embraces you really tight, like two tieflings in a farmhouse.
And still same thing, not used to being touched, and so she just kind of...
He kind of holds on to you, like tight, like he's trying to hug and put all the pieces back together, until he notices his wife giving him the side eye as she's like messing with the cast iron skillet, and he kind of pushes you away. He goes, "Okay."
I'm gonna go over and see if like she needs any help or if I can help them straighten up their house.
Okay. About this time, Killian and Ben come around the house. You see Oliver with the daughter playing with Baloo and Kuma. Baloo's kind of just sitting on his haunches, still looks very haggard and tired. He looks over at Ben.
How many hit points does Baloo have left? Okay.
But just so you know, I rolled it out like the
That's awesome.
between the weeks, and he did do all of it himself.
I'll lean into Baloo. Oh, buddy, do you want to go home?
Roll animal handling to see if he understands you.
13.
Close enough. He looks at you and.
Oh, okay. Come on. Say goodbye to Baloo.
Are you gonna go take him and put him out of his misery? What are you?
What?
I can't dismiss him.
Killian pulls out his gun.
No. I was gonna take him around the back of the
No,
house.
I'm kidding. I'm not actually doing that.
We're really about to old yeller this dog.
Despair.
Blue wanted to go
Dog,
home.
bear,
He is a fey spirit. Like, he's having a bad day. So if he follows me around the back of the house, what's that?
Just pet the buddies, Liddy. Just think of the rabbit.
So thematically, as I am fairly well versed with my arts and my characters' specialties, especially leaning into the psionic side of things, I would like to use a mind spike spell, but I would like to make it painless.
Okay.
So, we go around the back, and I
You lobotomize the bear back to the Fae. It's cool.
That's exactly what Ben does.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's an arcane conjuring. Ben has no... the only reason he's not doing it in front of everyone is the child. Not Oliver, the child.
Sticking an invisible needle in a balloon. Baloo pops out of existence.
I thank him before he goes.
And just like that.
Thank you, my friend.
Good bear.
Yeah, good bear.
It disappears.
D&D, peak D&D, guys.
Oh,
High fantasy at its finest.
Mm,
Lobotomizing fake
a
bears.
bear. A bear.
I can't dismiss them from the bag of tricks.
No, I get it.
And he's in pain, but also Ben would not waste resources.
so as night begins to fall, the meal is made. It's the combination of just grains and long perishable items. No real meat per se, but a lot of potatoes, a lot of dried vegetables that have been boiled and put together. It's almost like a rudimentary mash. It's nourishing, and that's about it.
That's fine.
That's all I need.
Yeah. As we sit and enjoy dinner and then make our way out onto the porch, Ben will have another smoke. And
Smoking a pen.
of the sorrow leaf tobacco, and just sit and prop his feet up on the railing and enjoy it. And then, if we have time and the ability to settle in, then we'll resume transcribing.
Mm. Are we wanting to see if they will let us rest here tonight?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Perhaps in their barn.
go to
They have
their
a small home.
yeah. I'm gonna go back to the people I was talking to and say, would it be okay if we rested in your barn just for tonight before we move on?
The mother, Sarah, looks up and says, Our home is yours. You have saved us, and you have saved our farm. Stay as long as you like."
So someone remind Trish, because I can't find it in my notes. What is the lady's name who told us to come and check on them?
It was the lady from the magic shop, but I did not
Yeah.
have her name jotted down.
I've got it. I just gotta scroll up and
I
find
was
it.
too
here.
busy mucking with a gargoyle.
Yeah.
Fellerin.
Fill her in. And I'm just gonna be like,
Or
oh,
just
by the way,
Fellor.
yeah. By the way, Fillerin, I believe, in the magic shop, she was the one who told us to come check on you. To make sure you and Abigail were okay.
She smiles and says, "Oh, thank you. Thank the gods. She is a friend. She must have. She's been working with Abigail on some things, and she must have realized the time had slipped away. I'm thankful of that."
I'm gonna turn and like
Ben's
once
interest
again, thank
peaked.
you.
Totally cuts off Larissa. It's working on things. Are you a scholar yourself,
Who do you say that to?
Abigail?
She looks to be a child of about 13, maybe 12.
Yeah.
She says, yeah, I have I have a knack with potions.
That is fantastic.
Bellerin has been teaching me. I brew some in the windmill down below with Mom.
That is wonderful. Please, do you mind showing me your laboratory?
She
We
looks
can
at her
do it
mother.
tomorrow. That's fine.
Okay, and she kind of like hugs her mom a little bit. Not as in this man is scary, more as in I don't want to leave her because she's been gone for so long.
Yeah.
She doesn't know if she turns her back if her mom is still going to be there.
Ben's just excited because here's an artisan, or a budding artisan. Oh, before I forget, take out a small little pack and hand it to Killian, and I hand you the resources you need to be able to resummon Nyx.
Oh, thank you.
With the evening winding down, Oliver will have built a fire outside the barn. Sitting down with the animals while they're still hanging around.
Yeah.
He will take out his
Good.
pipe. He will take out his pipe and the bag of bones, and as he sets them down in front of himself, he pulls out a bone and is just like feels on it and tries to like draw specifically on like this one instance of his ancestors, and just for a moment there's a flicker of energy across on the other side of the fire, but it's not stabilized at current, but he just spends some time kind of like going bone to bone and attempting to have a stronger connection through the evening, as he also enjoys a bit of smoke from his Saraband leaf.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull back out the coat and kind of like study it.
The more you look at this coat, the leather is cracked, and it's an old coat, like a very worn. Looks comfortable, but as you start looking, the etched into the leather itself is runes.
Okay, and I
Runes. Hey, English.
yeah. So I'm not proficient in arcane, so I know like I can't decipher it. I can't tell if I've seen them before or correct.
No, you are not a you do not have arcane training. This is alien language to you.
Oliver sitting next to me, right? Or close to me.
Where are you?
I was just kind of out on the porch, like looking at it.
So it'd be like around the fire by the barn.
Yeah. Ben, you can see Oliver from where you are. He's about 20 feet, sitting with the bear and the boar. If I remember correctly, Ben is smoking on the porch. And I think Killian is there as well.
I think
Yes.
Ben went to go see about the potions.
That was
Yeah, they're all kind of
family doing family stuff tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. The family is kind of by themselves inside the house. The door is shut.
We can say that Ben went up to the windmill and very excitedly talked to her for like 5 minutes, and then slowly and awkwardly realized that she really wanted to be with her mom. And
She said she'll show you the laboratory in the morning.
perfect.
At some point throughout the night, I'd like to cast that Find Familiar spell one more time, so that I can bring Nyx back. You're breaking out, bud.
Are you by yourself? Are you gonna do it by yourself?
No. Like when Oliver's like hanging out by the fire with the animals, I'll just do it then.
Okay, so you just go off to the side, you draw your arcane circle, you bring your incense and everything, and
yeah,
you channel, and you do.
Do you resummon Nyx the same way?
Yeah, that was my question. Is he still going to be a hawk?
Yes.
Okay. Why do I always struggle there? I hope that I sent it to you.
If you did, I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Never mind.
There he goes.
Oh, I think I have to roll to see how much health he has, though.
Do you?
Thought I did. Keep going. I'll look it up.
Okay. So, here you all are. Is there anything you need to do tonight before we move forward?
I have two things Ben would like to accomplish throughout the evening.
Okay.
Spend somewhere between 2 and 4 hours, whatever we have access to, transcribing that magic circle spell. But throughout the night, he's going to take out that deck of tarot cards and just sort through them, smoke his pipe a little bit, kind of look up at his companions and sort through them again. Occasionally, you'll see like a little ring of green energy ripple off of his hands as he's just experimenting a little bit.
So that's what you're doing.
Mhm.
You summon Nyx. Larissa, is there anything you wanted to do this evening?
I'm gonna put the cloak back into the bag of holding, and I'm going to pull out those musket balls, the ones that were +1. And I'm gonna say, didn't someone say that they could use these?
That would be
always-
killing.
Could always experiment with them, but otherwise, it's, I think, more his thing.
What is it again?
They're musket ball +1s.
Oh,
Ammunition +1.
Ammunition.
I could make use of that. I don't shoot like regular musket balls very often, but occasionally it happens.
Okay, so I'm gonna hand those to you.
How many of those are there?
Bag of them, so I think about 10.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna do.
Is that
Okay.
gonna be in the magic or in the item
It
stuff?
should be in D&D Beyond, yes.
Okay.
Ammunition +1.
Okay.
Through the course of the evening, how much time do I get in on the copying?
To be able to benefit from a long rest,
Which Ben definitely needs.
I could be wrong, but just for it, I'm going to say probably, I think you can do scribing for about 2, maybe 3 hours.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just whatever I can do to kind of plug away at this.
If you want to still benefit from the long rest.
I'll take it.
I cannot for the life of me find ammunition +1.
If no one else approaches Oliver of wanting anything else from him for the night, he will repack his pipe with a bit of the basilisk leaf, and will roll the bones again before bed.
Getting blitzed.
The basilisk leaf? Okay. Alright, let me get these stats out.
There's sling ammunition +1 or arrows +1, so you can just grab one of those.
It's
and
basically
rename it.
it's basically musket balls +1. So I mean musket balls are in there, I do know that.
But the +1 is not that I can see at least.
It should be. I know I found it in there.
An easy way around it, Derek, would be to
Yep.
grab arrows +1 and just rename them.
Okay.
Alright, so I got the stats here. Of the basilisk leaf that you purchased at the smoke shop in Kingsport.
Yep.
As you light it, it does give that familiar burning smell of ozone and that blue smoke coming off your pipe. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
As he's doing this, that's just happens to be when I'm sorting through the tarot cards, and I pull out the Fool and look up, tuck it back in, and keep going.
That would be a nat 20.
What?
Oh. So nat 20 on that, plus 6 for 26.
All right. So here we go. I was waiting for this. 1d4. 4. You are under the effect of true seeing for the next 4 hours.
Oh, snap. Yeah, rolling them bones. Let's see what the ancestors have to say.
With true seeing.
That's an 86 on the bones roll.
You, as you look with your eyes are like, your pupils are, if anyone looks at you, your pupils are saucers right now. True sight. See, true sight. Just to refresh myself, true sight. You, as you see into the ethereal plane around you, as your eyes just, you have this moment where your eyes just, and then when you just see everything around you in a completely different context. It's no longer dark around you, it's a haze of blue. And you see these strange ethereal creatures that are just flying through the sky. As you look back at your camp, you notice that your companions have almost tripled in number. You see Ben at his studies. You see Larissa thumbing through her items in her paper. You see Killian petting Nyx. You see the bear and the boar. But you see the bear and the boar differently. They're almost in see-through. Like they're part of the ethereal plane in a way. You look, and around the fire, you see several furbolgs sitting around the fire with your companions. Walking around the farm, you see several more furbolgs that seem to be pacing and walking, and as you would know in camp, they're doing the watch and protecting from any outside forces. And as you look, several of them are on the borders of this farm as far as you can see. You almost lost count of how many of these different furbolgs that you know to be your ancestors. Looking out into the island, and in the island, you see almost the shadows of the trees have a life to them. As if shadowy tendrils are trying to reach and stretch into this farm, but they can't get near your ancestors.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Thank you. From what I can see, the like shadowy tendrils and whatnot, is there anywhere that I can see that looks to be like a concentration of that, or is it just kind of everywhere? Like, is there anywhere that stands out?
The way everything looks, it's almost as if there's no central point, but it's almost as if the shadows of this island have a life to them. Every shadow that's cast, the shadow of the barn, the shadow of the trees, the shadow of just anything that's cast, the fence posts seem to have a moving life to them. They might not be reaching forth in tendrils, but the shadows themselves seem to move.
No random red eyes or anything staring back at me from the darkness.
No.
I see you.
Calm down, Sauron. Okay. Appreciative of the protection offered to them by his ancestors. Oliver will continue for a few more times with this strong vision to try and sit down and just have a conversation with any of them if they're about the fire, not really about anything in particular.
They don't really converse. They don't really converse back, but
Mhm.
they smile and nod and shake their head as if they can hear you, but they can't speak.
Okay. Yeah, he'll spend his evening through the duration just taking note of them, seeing if he can ascertain who's who in more specifics of the ancestral lineage that
You
the
do
bone
see your grade.
speakers pass
You s-
down from generation to generation.
You do see your great aunt long ago. She's there. She looks at you and she's like, you guys just see Oliver completely wigging out, like talking to stuff that's not there. The bear even looks concerned.
So Oliver will spend the rest of his evening about with his family, and until the effect wears off, and then he will retire.
All right. If there's nothing else that anyone wants to do, we'll go ahead and take a quick bio break,
Cool.
and we will wake up the next morning. Okay?
Wonderful.
So, for the
Sounds
record, animals that can be summoned as familiars all have 1d4 minus 1 hit die. So, I rolled a 4,
Nice.
Awesome.
so
There
it's
we
minus
go.
1, so 3 health.
3 health.
So you
Nice.
should be able to change
Adjust the
his
health on
health,
Nyx.
you know.
Okay, cool.
That's
You
a
might be
solid,
able to survive a sneeze.
Yep.
maybe.
All right. We will see you guys in about 5 minutes.
Sweet.
Woohoo!
Those that have joined us today, thank you for tagging along with us. We got a raid earlier by Dead Aussie Gamer, so if you're still around, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you all are enjoying the game so far. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Trish, you're muted if you're trying to talk to us.
She's yelling at me from the other room. Something
No.
she wants to do.
What up?
Welcome back, sir.
Excited. I just got some really good news.
Oh,
Oh, yes. I will be sharing it in our Discord in just a second. The map that I was working on with Heroic Maps just got published.
dude, congratulations. That's cool. Did he give you a tag or a
No,
shout
it's
out?
just I just helped him with some ideas.
Okay.
It's a really awesome map, though.
Exciting.
There. I put it in the council page.
It's blocked because it's Patreon if we're not on it.
Do.
Derek, are you enjoying a couple of days off?
Very much so, yes.
You guys are straight up NTI for the rest of the year, right?
So far, yeah.
I think they closed our schools around here till the end of the year.
Only Metro. Sumner County didn't do it.
Sorry.
No worries. You know, wife, she's kind of important.
Yeah.
I like this setup, but I keep tapping on my computer keyboard when my laptop not here.
Are we jumping straight into the morning, or are we doing watches and all that?
Well, you guys didn't say you were setting watches, so I figured you were just going to sleep because everyone needed it.
I would like to set watches.
All right. Sorry about that. I had to help Emily get the dogs out the door to the vet.
No worries.
Emily going to the vet or the dogs?
Yes.
The dogs are driving, but Emily is the one with the appointment.
Right. Had to help Emily get her harness and everything on, you know.
I mean,
The harness on Emily?
Listen.
This is supposed to be a family show, though.
Don't you yuck her yum,
Family
okay?
show.
Relax.
This is a family
no,
show.
nice change there. So Benyahim would, even though we are in a slightly more comfortable place, still very much like to set a watch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then who is going to take first watch?
I'll take first watch.
Oliver will assure them they are safe for the evening, and in his euphoric state, will pass the F out without bothering to set a watch.
So literally, we're safe, Mac.
falls asleep leaned up next to Kuma.
I'll take last watch.
Are we doing 2 or 3?
I assume at least 3
Oh,
because
that's fine. I'll take the third one. Or the second one.
Mhm.
just so everybody gets a chance to sleep,
Mhm.
and Bender over here will wake up in the morning.
Well, we'll go ahead and say that over the course of the night, you guys are fine because the dice are in your favor.
May the
May the-
dice be ever in your favor.
I was
Yeah.
about to say that. May the dice forever be in your favor.
I sign all my Etsy orders with that at the bottom.
Nice.
I love it.
Nice.
All right, so I'm pressing this long rest button.
Yep. Everybody gets a long rest.
Sweet.
Huzzah.
And you all wake up to Benyahim poring over his book.
What are you pouring over your book?
Thoughts
Coffee.
and dreams.
Okay.
Trish, we're picking up a lot of audio back on you. There we go.
Yeah. Do you have a headset you could use?
I do not one that works with my Surface Pro.
Even just like earbuds.
No, I can't wear earbuds. I have 2 ear infections.
That's no bueno.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
That's no good.
Been
Yeah,
a rough.
That's why you see the side of my head. You're turned to my good ear. So.
Been a rough week in the bug household.
Yeah, for sure.
Sorry to hear that. Hopefully they get feeling better.
Yeah.
So she either gets to start feeling better or she's going to go the way of Baloo.
Oh, too soon.
Oh,
I don't know if a lobotomy is going to help ear infections, bud.
no.
It's no longer old Yeller. It's taking it out and pulling a Baloo.
Bill, do you have the mic to go with your X-Wing headset?
No, I do not.
Your computer the mic on your computer will still work if you're just using a headset by itself.
It didn't when I was using my.
You might not know how to do the Discord settings.
Gotcha.
Can you still hear us?
Mic check.
Check, check. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Trish?
You
Bill,
got us now?
yeah, but you're gonna have to turn your. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to turn the music down.
So that's actually something you can do on your end?
No, it's the
If you-
tone with it being in my ear.
Yeah. So if you go down to the little speaker button on the right-hand side of your bar and right-click on it, one of the options will be Open Volume Mixer, and you can turn Google Chrome way down compared to everything else.
I have mine turned down to like 5. Like
Same.
way the F down.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's something that I manipulate back and forth for coming across the stream.
So,
Y'all go on, I'll figure it out.
So the following morning, you guys awake. Ben is pouring over his spells. What is everyone else doing?
Oliver is wondering where his animal companions have gone and seeks out Ben.
Yep.
Did they go back home? Are they okay? Where did they go?
they actually, they all went down the well just to check, to make sure everything was okay.
Down the well?
Ben is obviously lying.
Kuma would not be
Like-
down the well.
No, they are gone. They will not be back.
Well, as long as they are
Until
safe. Magical
they are
creatures going back home is fine.
Yes. You roll for charges. Cool. I had one thing I wanted to ask everyone. If you don't mind. It was brought to my attention recently that I had been. He's kind of like fiddling with his tobacco pipe. I had been connecting with your minds without your permission. This is new to me. Learning to navigate some of these talents that I have developed. But do you all mind if I continue to do so?
I don't mind.
Is the pun intended?
That's good.
No, whatever works.
It was
Whatever makes you more comfortable.
It was a strange encounter. There are apparently others out there like myself who can communicate as such. Hopefully, I will be able to speak to them again. Anyway, I am good for today. If you all are, I'm a little wary of running into scarecrows, so I have some fire at my disposal today. Just in case. But what is the plan? What are we doing from here?
We were supposed to be going out east.
We came this far knowing we were going to check on the Enders, but we don't really have a plan for what's next. We could go back to the city.
Well, I thought we were going to that cave
That cave.
in the east.
Cave in the east.
You're talking about the
Bring-
ruins? I remember ruins to the west.
Yeah.
I don't remember
we
a cave
east
to the
now?
east.
We were gonna come here first, and then we were gonna turn around.
Yeah, this was
And
going to be
go-
north and east of Kingsport.
Okay, so then we were
Reserves.
going.
And
we're
then the
going-
west was the ruins, which was a couple days
Right.
travel the other direction.
There
Right.
had been talk of up the mountain. There were the giants or
Ogres. Or
ogres.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
they were-
wasn't sure if we'd dealt with everything of the ogres. I know the one group there we stopped, but would be surprised if there's not more.
the other question I'm wondering is, what in the hell's going on with those creatures we found down there in the well and the visions that me and Oliver saw? It was Oliver, right? That saw the visions.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay.
Last night when I was speaking with my ancestors, This entire island has a darkness about it. Something. I don't know if it is connected to what we saw or something else, but there is undoubtedly something dark at play across this entire island, as best I can tell.
Important question. Do we care? I don't. That sounds more callous than it was intended.
Well,
If it is going to continue to cause us problems while we're here for the next month, then I think we care.
yeah. I mean,
If there is a means of keeping this evil, or whatever it is, at the bay, then I would like to see it put to rest.
If this was a... Well, let me ask you this, Ben. We came here in the first place because we heard this town was struggling with ogres. So if you don't care about a all-powerful being that can manipulate our minds, I'm not sure what you care about.
Well, we came here to check on a friend of a merchant, and they were also having problems with ogres. It seemed viable, but the ogres are an immediate problem. The townsfolk said that they didn't know if they would come back, especially if a party does not return. So that again, that came out awfully. I'm sorry. To me, the clear and present danger is the ogres and whatever these stone giants are.
but from what they said, the giants usually stay up there.
Correct.
The giants, I believe, are not normally the problem.
Right.
The giants deal with the ice farmers in the area, and the giants and the ogres wind up fighting, and then the ogres leave because, well, it's giants, so they come down here.
Right. And
So
we killed some that were already down here.
We need a direction. The ogres. There is a settlement in the mountains we could go to and look into that more. That's at least a direction. There is also a hag of some sort in the city. There's lots and harpies. I remember posting about harpies.
Harpies?
There was, I believe Larissa mentioned that the captains in Kingsport had posted a bounty for harpy claws.
For harpy claws.
A bit of a problem, so if we come across any harpies, we might as well take their claws.
I'm sure they will hand them over willingly. We just need a direction.
I think as long as we are here, we might as well make sure that the ogres aren't a continued problem. Killian, you had mentioned wanting to investigate the ruins at some point, though.
Well, we've got plenty of time for that.
I am keen on that as well.
Well, then why don't we ensure the safety of Sarabend here from the ogres, and then make our way back to the ruins.
And we will have to pass back through town along the way, so we could, if that dimensional shop is still there, I would much like to stop back in, if at all possible.
Do you mean with the kobolds?
Yes, and that very fancy door.
I would like to visit the gates again.
Well, the gold and stuff that I've been giving to the party, I gave it to this family because they lost their life savings. So both my mithril ingots are gone. But I will go wherever y'all need me to go.
Ben glances over at Killian real quick, and then, hopefully without missing a beat, says, I'm sure we will come up with something. I still have a bit of gold.
Yeah, a bit.
Also, let me try something. And Ben goes back in the barn where he saw some stuff hanging and pulls a little piece of copper wire off of a wall. I don't think I have this spell right, but mutters an arcane word as he holds the copper wire up to his face as if to cast a sending spell, and it doesn't work. Dang it! I'll get it right.
Did you see any scrap metal in there?
Scrap metal?
Mm-hmm. Just like pieces of metal.
I was mostly just doing that for roleplay purposes to build up towards the spell I'm taking at next level.
Okay. I'm gonna.
You do happen to notice while you're in there when she says that, Ben. There is a corner. All those farm boys that grow up. There is a corner where they toss rusted, broken farm implements like hoes and shovels and things that have been rusted out. There is scrap metal.
Never know when you're gonna need it, man.
Yeah.
That's
Will you grab me some scrap metal?
Sure. Grab a couple of pieces and show them to you and take which ones you need.
I'm gonna grab both just in case and wrap it and put it in my pouch.
Do you happen to be wearing that coat?
No, the coat is inside my bag of holding.
Okay. Okay, so I think
Gabriel, not Ben. Gabriel was very curious to know what the coat is.
just whether or not Ben would see it, because I don't want to lead into Ben saying something and him have not actually seen the thing.
So, off to the Giants.
I think we should bid our dues here, and then start heading up the path into the mountain. That is my 2 cents. What does everyone else think?
I think that seems like a reasonable course of action.
Killian sighs and he looks at Ben. He goes, I think we should go get her mithril bricks back and give him back that sack that we found at the bottom of the well.
I'll be right back. And Ben walks towards the house.
As you're walking towards the house, you do see Mark Ender come walking out of the house, just taking a breath in as you walk up. And he says, "Morning."
That's good morning.
Very nice to wake up and see just regular corn.
I prefer metal corn myself, but that joke didn't land. Never mind. I think my companion may have given you some ingots of metal. It's very shiny mithril.
Muted, Bill.
Bill, you're muted.
You didn't have to do that, but yes, you did.
We were not aware until this morning, but I believe we can give you back what was lost. And Ben produces his secret chest replica, and the secret chest appears in between the two of us.
He steps back a bit and he's like, "Whoa, that's different.
It is okay." And I crack it open, And I
All right.
pull out my fiddle and I pull out a bag of apple smack or a jug of apple smack and I pull out a book and I reach down and pull out a sack of coins. I believe these are yours.
He takes it and looks. How'd you come about this?
When we arrived, we searched around and there were things moved about.
No, it was down. It was down in the well.
It was
Oh, okay.
You walk up, Killian.
Oh no, it's fine.
We were not sure it was found in the well, actually, so we were not sure how or
Hold
why.
on. And he takes the bag and he takes it into the house. He comes back with the 2 mithril ingots. I don't want to take more. So please make sure these get back to her and tell her to keep the code. I'm not going to need it.
The coat?
Stir in that pot.
It's
I
an
will-
item
I
I
will-
wore in my adventuring days. She'll get more use of it than I do. Make
Good,
sure-
a good coat is great where we're going, and he kind of glances up towards the mountains, and
He looks. He says, "Why are you going up there?"
the townsfolk said there was a problem with the ogres.
Typically, about this time of year, we have a run-in with a few. Yeah.
We have already had a run-in with a pair of them, and they did not return home. So, just wanting to make sure it does not cause a problem for the townsfolk.
Well, if you're heading that way, you need to talk to Bert.
Bert?
Bert, he's a farmer that lives on the northwestern side of Sorrow Bend. He's usually the first farm the ogres come to. He's dealt with them more than anybody else, and he's usually the reason they don't make it to other farms.
And as Gabriel looks back through his notes. Nope, that was not them. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Do you mind giving directions?
Yeah, it's you head to the center of Sorrow Bend, you take the northwest road and you keep going, and he'll be the last farm before the forest.
Very well.
You'll know Bert when you see him. He's the character.
Very well. Thank you, Mark. And peace be upon you and your family.
We don't have much. He looks down and he's like, "Well, you saw the gold. We have some, but know that if you're ever in Sorrow Bend, you have a home."
Perhaps we'll stop back in on our way back down to Kingsport and spend another night in a fire with you all.
You are graciously welcomed.
Ben places the ingots inside the chest, closes it, and it's gone. Return to the party, sharing what I have learned and looking at Larissa. He said you could keep a coat? Whatever that means.
So, did he give you back the ingots?
Yes, they're sealed away. I'm happy to retrieve them whenever you need them.
She
Well,
thinks
then.
for a second.
Are we ready to?
And yes, he gave me a coat. It's tucked away right now.
Kind of eyeing Larissa, but used to her being super distrustful. It's like,
Well, yes. So let's go.
He mentions travel along the road and
So I'm trying to remember exactly where it was, because we're outside of Sorrowbend currently at their farmstead, right?
The northern edge of Sorrowbend.
Okay.
So we
If
head
you look,
north.
you look at Sorrowbend as a community. You guys are at the north, towards the edge of Sorrowbend. There's the center of Sorrowbend, which you guys have been through. It's the one where the farmhouses. It's not really a town per se, but the farmhouses are built kind of close. And then northwest, he's telling Ben to take the northwestern road.
So we can backtrack down the road and
Wait.
turn left. And
West? Wouldn't that be away from the mountains?
You're correct. Northeast. Sorry.
so we
Bills.
just backtrack down the road, take a
make-
left.
Just making sure we got it right on which direction we're going.
It was
Mhm.
Bill's sense of direction. His imaginary island he made up, he got lost in.
So unless there's any further objection or argument, we lead on down the road.
Onward.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tannen out and by my side.
Bill, you're muted.
As you guys are heading towards the center of Sorrowbend, you see the regular farming community that you saw. It's early in the morning. There's a little bit of hustle and bustle. People see you coming through. A lot of them wave. You see the familiar young, older lady that gave you directions a couple days before. Did you find the Ender homestead?
We did. Thank you very kindly.
Good. Are they okay? We haven't heard from them in a few days.
They are well. They're keeping to
Oh.
themselves for a bit.
Okay, I'll send I'll send my daughter up there with some biscuits and some food here in a couple hours. You know, knowing they're all right.
Do you know where we could find Bert?
Bert. Oh, yeah. Just go up this road. Northeast, and he'll be the last house before the woods. You won't miss it. He's got a ranch up there. You start seeing ponies, you'll know it's his.
Ben looks down at Tannen. You hear that? Horses. I'm sorry. I know you hate them. Continue on up the road.
Right then, moving on, and Oliver will head down the path, leading the way.
So, heading northeastern through Sorrowbend, you start coming onto the outskirts of the farming community. You start, as you look back, it kind of goes up a rise a little bit, and as you're able to look back, you start seeing more of Sorrowbend as a whole. As you guys are going, it's not really up into the mountains, but it's up into a hilly area. And eventually you do come to a farm on the edge of a forest, and you do see ranch style pens and several horses and men out there doing, oh god, Gabriel would know. I don't know, what is it when they've got it by the lead and they're whipping and they're having them run in a circle?
Very unfortunately worded breaking
Yeah.
the horse.
Yeah.
Yes.
They are training.
Yes. There are several horses that are being worked with.
Okay.
And as you get closer, these men, typically on the larger side, pretty big, stout men, and they look to be several half-orc in ranch-style garb.
Wonderful. So who wants to go talk to people?
I guess I will.
That's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, if you want to, that's fine. I'm gonna kind of walk up close-ish and be like, excuse me.
Where you are, the edge of the farm, you do see one of the farmhands walks up, and he's a rather large, greenish skinned fella in overalls, no shirt, just walking up. Can I help you?
Yes, I was looking for Bert.
Bert. Oh. You want to go down to the main entrance and follow it to the farmhouse. He'll be sitting on the porch.
Okay, thank you so much.
And you see him turn around, and now the other farmhands are looking at him, giving him the gesture, "What you want?" He's like, "She wants Bert." They all kind of laugh.
Oh no.
Very well. I feel like we're being made fun of.
Me too. But I'm gonna gesture to the front of the farmhouse and walk that way.
All right. As you guys move and you come down, you pass, the edge of the city breaks, or the fence breaks as it comes down the road, and eventually you do see a ranch style overhang that says the Green Skin Ranch.
Green screen.
Very well.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of keep my eye out opened as I walk towards the main entrance.
All right. So, as you move down and you're coming down this main road, you eventually come up to a very, very nice, built two-story house. It's a very southern plantation style in a way, very nice, very clean. And you do see a figure sitting on the porch with a blanket over his legs, straw hat on. You see several other young kids running around. He's just kind of sitting there. He kind of
Just
eyes
wave
you.
as we walk down the lane towards them.
You see him reach over, pulls a shotgun and puts it on his waist, and puts it on his lap. A double barrel one, kind of waves.
I'm gonna kind of wave back and say, good day.
It is.
Mark Ender said,
How can I help you, strangers?
Mark Ender said that you might be able to give us some information.
The Enders. Yeah, sure. What information you needing?
What does he look like?
He is a elderly, half-orc gentleman. Kind of heavy set. And you do notice, walking up, the chair that he's sitting in happens to have some big wooden wheels on each side. As he has this gingham style blanket laying over his legs.
I love it.
I know you said Gangnam Style, but now I just have Gangnam Style going.
You're fired. Your character dies.
Kilian's just out there with the ponies.
Whoop whoop. Okay, so
Well, sir, we have made our way to the town here in hopes of dealing with the ogre problem that we hear tends to come about. We have dealt with some of them over at such and such's farm that I forget the name of. I don't have it written down.
Naya and Clemen.
Yes.
Yeah, there it is. Over
That
at the apple orchard. But we were hoping to ensure that they don't cause any more problems.
well, sad to say that. And you said you took care of them, right?
the few that were there, yes, there was only 3, I think.
That's not good. Hold on a second, if you don't mind. Mind your ears. And he takes his shotgun, and you see Cox, and you see Killian. You familiar with firearms? This is a well-made double-barrel shotgun, probably Arcadian Imperial make. Kind of unheard of in this area. And he fires one shot in the air, and you start seeing farmhands running.
What's going on?
I
Nothing.
cast
Nothing.
mage armor.
Okay. You see, Ben casts mage armor. You see several of the farmhands come around. They go, "What do you need? What do you need, boss? What do you need?" And he says, "These gentlemen and lovely lady said that some ogres attacked. You said which farm now? The apple orchard."
Yeah,
Yes.
it's the orchard.
Well, now
Orchard.
listen, we already took care of them though. They're gone.
That's
In
fine,
the
but
best
if
sense of the word, they're gone.
but my boys are supposed to be protecting the road, aren't you? And you see several of them kind of look at each other. Yeah, boss. It's like, all right, so you know what that means? I want all of you, I want you to do the trip and the tour around Sarben. You make sure we got no other problems with the orcs now, you hear? Like, yeah, boss. Yeah, boss. And you see all of them start running off. He says, you can't even buy good help these days.
Well, I'm glad to see that you keep your men on guard around the town. But do you know where in the mountains they come from?
Oh yeah, they got a little fortress or fort or whatever you call it. Just honestly, just a bunch of logs they put together near a cave. It's up halfway up the mountain a piece.
Do you know how many of them there are?
Too many for us to go up there and take care of, I'll tell you that. But the giants usually keep them in check.
So there would.
They only come down here when about this time of year when their ice giants and whatnot have a dust up with them.
So there wouldn't be any need to go up there and to confront them. They stay up there for the most part, correct?
I don't know what you mean by need. We just don't do it because we don't want to lose that many men.
We find ourselves as people of talent, and would be here until the boats return. Perhaps we could be of service.
What type of service you want? I ain't offering no prize or money. I'm not.
We weren't
paying.
asking.
Mm-mm.
So you just want to go up to a mountain and pick a fight with a bunch of ogres just to?
No,
just
not
because?
particularly. No.
No,
but
not particularly at all.
if there is something we could do to help the community, and ensure that 3 ogres not returning from a venture will not cause future problems.
Listen, you seem like some bright boys, and I'll just tell you this: they really don't care about each other. I mean, they're gonna look at it as they lost some friends. Now, if you want to go up that mountain and you want to pick a fight with those ogres and you want to do us a favor and wipe them out, I'm not gonna fault you. I mean, it'll do nothing but help us out in the long run. But I'm not gonna send anybody to their death.
Huh. And remind player, there is a settlement up there in the mountain as well.
From what you guys have gleaned from the island so far, when you're in Kingsport, there's not many settlements on this island. They say that towards the north, past the mountains, there's a settlement of natives that were native to this island. They trade with Kingsport on occasion. There's a
But
monastery.
specifically on the mountain, there were
There's a
ice
monas-
farmers.
There's a monastery and a small community of ice farmers that farm ice in the mountains and bring it down to the fishing village, who uses a large amount of ice during the season.
Okay. Well, I mean, we are not turning back to the party. We are not particularly invested in any of this.
Hey, Bert, how
I would
just
feel
ballpark? How many ogres are up in there?
Community up there. It's quite a bit of them. But like I said, they don't bother us unless the giants get a dander up and start running them out. I don't really know what they do up there, but I know the giants and the ogres really don't like each other.
Well,
I,
I
for
mean-
one, would feel better about the area if we at least
But-
see how strong they have gotten.
I'll tell you one thing though. We typically get the weaker ogres because they usually keep the stronger ogres up there for the giant. You ever seen a giant?
Yes.
I have from a distance. Let me say that.
we could also return to Kingsport, or we could head to the east. To the
I
west.
just don't know how much we're going to accomplish going up there into an ogre settlement. We had enough problems with the two of them that we came upon here.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly keen on the idea of going and wiping out a community for no reason. If they are not concerned here, then
Oh, it's a concern, but it's just it's part of the deal, settling where we settle. If like I said, if you want to go up there and wipe them out, I'm not going to fault you. It's like it'll be a boon to us, but on average, they lose more ogres than we do farmers because of my boys, if you know what I mean.
well, this trip, I think they only lost a few trees, so I think we're okay.
If we want to take the fight to the ogres, we might be best served to speak with the giants and see what help they could offer. But if the group does not want to deal with it, then
still just don't understand why. We are not particularly invested in any of these things.
Because there are problems in the world that have to be kept away from civilization. These ogres cause problems.
I'm pretty invested in this community. It's the first one I've seen of its kind.
Then looks towards Killian.
And they've come, and from what I've heard, from what the farmers say, it's one of the very few places that they can relax and just be themselves.
Sounds like the two of you are dead set on taking care of this ogre problem, so...
If it is a bigger problem than what we can deal with, then I understand. I don't want us going to our deaths here, but I would at least feel better to ensure that they are keeping to their own borders. If there were reports back in Kingsport of concerns of ogres, I feel like there's probably more than just the 3 that we saw that would make their way down this direction. I'm not saying we try and wipe them out. We are not an army. But I would like to ensure that they are not going to cause more problems in the short term here. These people need protecting from these things, and there's only so much, looking at Bert, that his boys can do.
That's fair. That's fair. I won't fault you on that, big guy.
Mm. I'm going to offer now, and I'll be like, I kind of agree. I don't say we should go to our deaths, but
I think it is at least worth investigating.
Look, while you have this conversation from me, I'm just gonna tell you, I'm not gonna send anybody to the deaths. I'm not gonna tell a bunch of strangers. You're wanting to do the good thing, and I can respect that. I love this community. I live here. I'm part of this community. That's where my boys do what they do. But if you want to go up there and you want to take care of the ogres, that's on you. You're nuts, but I mean, it would be appreciated.
Uh,
I look at Ben and I just shrug.
I mean, it was hard though, just taking care of those two.
Was it?
Low key, it wasn't, but
yeah.
we pretty handily put them in their place, if memory serves.
I.
Almost dying.
Truth be told, friends,
To the ogres? We curb stomped the
No.
ogres.
Yeah, we
Ogres were easy.
curb stomped them.
yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't even funny. The ogres and the goblins just like you guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
My favorite part of that fight was still the grenade. In the back.
So good. So good.
Okay. So if this is something we want to do, I'm perfectly happy to go up and take a look. My own personal interests lead more towards the ruin, but this is also the first time I've been able to walk around in the material plane in a very long time. So relaxing sounds wonderful too. I will follow if you wish to go up the mountain. Perhaps once this is done, we head towards the town and then the ruin again.
I agree, but I
agree.
I do think that we should check out the situation. If by chance the ogres are preparing to do anything more drastic, the people here need to know. Even if we cannot directly stop them ourselves, they need to know to evacuate or prepare defenses or something. There would not have been reports for 3 ogres.
Right. And just because we get close doesn't mean we have to engage.
Very well. Friend, where would be the best point for us to head towards if we want to investigate?
The best point for you to head towards is there's no roads going in, so you are trekking it, and the best thing to do is go to this road ends. You'll start going to a wooded area. Just keep heading up the mountain. You'll start seeing signs of the ogres. I don't know the general whereabouts. I've seen it once, and he kind of rubs his leg. Once a long time ago, we tracked up there when we first settled here just to see the size of the place, and it was pretty big then. But if they haven't moved, it's about halfway up the mountain, long before it starts getting cold.
Okay.
And out of curiosity, do you know where in the mountain the giants would be? Just
A lot.
a lay of the land sort of thing.
I know the ice farmers hang out near the ice wall. There are little communities up there. The frost giants are further up the mountain, almost near the peak. I don't know what deal the monks and the ice farmers have with the giants, but they leave them alone. And the giants only really care about the ogres. Honestly, I don't know why they fight, because they share 2 completely separate sides of the mountains, but maybe there's a border dust up every now and again. It's usually around this time of year. like they're almost like you can almost tell the season when they start showing up.
Okay.
Good to know.
Mhm.
Well,
Well,
if there's
I hate
nothing-
to I hate to send you unprepared. Is there anything I can do to help? At least on the way. I mean, I don't have much in way, but you're welcome to it. If you're doing us a solid, I can try to do you a solid.
Wouldn't mind that firearm right there.
That's not a solid I'm willing to do.
Perhaps when we return down the mountain, a dinner or lunch or something.
Food can be handled.
Thank you very kindly.
I'd offer horses, but you really don't want to take them up in the mountain.
I'm good. Thank you.
Mhm.
right then. Well, we might as well be on our way while we still have some daylight to work with.
You look
You,
kind of
you all get the distinct impression that Ben was very fervent when he said, no.
he looks up at the mountain, looks at you guys, looks at the mountain. You boys are nut, but I like that. I like nut. So
Okay.
family show.
Family show.
And okay, so do we want to head up the mountain like idiots?
Oliver will immediately start trekking off, being tired of the conversation of people trying to talk him out of defending these people, and we'll head towards
Yeah.
home.
I'm gonna follow.
I see Oliver is Oliver getting very upset because like I'm trying to be nice.
Oh, this
Yeah,
is
well, let me be nice.
this is literally like a furball duty moment for him. I mean, this is what his people do. They
Yeah.
keep things like this at bay, away from those that aren't prepared to deal with it. Like this is an honor and duty moment. So like he's gone. This is like if everybody else had decided to go otherwise, Oliver still would have gone and at least scouted it out.
Yeah.
So let us continue up the mountain. Ben, within the next like 30-45 minutes of walking, you all hear Ben having a conversation with Tannen. So you only hear Ben's side of it. He's like, I know, we keep doing why? No. Last time was not my fault.
So you do take not much longer after the Green Skid Ranch. You do start seeing where the road kind of starts leading into a grassy area. Not long after, it's almost like you guys aren't in a civilized community anymore. You see on the outskirts as you're passing through, you see a couple of sheep herds and everything, obviously remainders and cast off of the Thoroughbend community. But eventually you are back into the area that you first encountered outside of Kingsport, and that's a almost untapped, pristine, beautiful wilderness leading up into these mountains. So, helming this journey, who is going to lead the party?
Oliver will be leading the way for sure.
I also have Nyx kind of like scouting ahead.
Okay, so roll me a, let's say, survival check for Nyx, and let me know if you get a 10 or above, then Oliver's going to be able to roll a survival at advantage.
Okay,
Uh,
sorry, let me look at the stats for this guy. Survival is wisdom.
Yeah, just a wisdom
So
roll.
just a +2. All right, so I'm just gonna roll in Astral. It's a D20 +2. So
Nice.
I rolled. I can't see what that is.
That's a
A
19.
Oh, it's a 19. So 21 dirty.
Awesome. So, all right. So, with Killian relaying information from Nick's eyes as he's flying up above, Oliver, you are able to have advantage on your survivable. What?
Number 2 for the night. That's a nat 20.
Nice.
Nat 20.
So
All right.
13 and a 20 on the die. So total of 25 on the survival check.
You guys are actually able to cut off a lot of your time, and you're making very good time, and you end up getting into the forested area up the mountain.
Oliver is feeling more at home than he has since leaving the north, especially the elevation starting to change, the forested areas, it's starting to lead back up into the mountains like he is in his element.
Let me roll for something real quick. Okay, so
Due to having been kind of like ambushed in a wooded area before, I'm gonna stay like on height. Like I'm gonna be like looking everywhere just to make sure nothing like pops out while we're walking on the sides.
okay. So as you guys are, let's set assigned done. Okay. So as you're keeping an eye out. Oliver, since you're helming and you're in the front, and Larissa, because you're looking. With your passive perceptions, you do notice something odd. Up ahead, on the trail that you're on, you notice the hind quarters of an animal sticking out of the ground.
Oliver will tentatively head toward it, but kind of like trying to keep to the brush as he approaches in case it's some kind of crude trap that the ogres have set out or something along those lines.
I'm gonna say, do you want me to go forward and make sure nothing springs out?
You would probably be a little quieter about it than I am, if you want to. But don't go too far on your own.
I'm going to try to be as stealthful as I can, and then look and see if I can see any type of trap or like netting or anything strange sitting around this animal quarter besides it being an animal quarter.
So you are going to investigate.
Yes.
All right. Give me a stealth check.
So that's a 24.
Okay. You stealthily creep up past the trees as you guys see Larissa kind of come up to. What you see is a very strange sight indeed. You see the literal hindquarters and tail end of a large creature, possibly a deer, but you've never seen a deer this big, as its legs are sticking out of the ground with its tail end. It's half submerged face first into the ground.
Is it dead?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a statue?
That's what I'm about to see. Like, can I tell if it's...
It has fur.
Okay, is it dead? Like,
it
my
is not
family's
moving.
Dead. Do I see any type of, like, netting or trap, like, around it?
Give me a investigation check.
That's a 16.
16. As you look around, it just looks like there's a hole in the ground, and this thing has been shoved down in this hole face first. It has fur. It does not smell pretty good.
Like it's been rotting.
And it's not moving. It's not rotted. It just doesn't smell. It doesn't smell like it's rotted yet, but it still doesn't smell pretty. It doesn't smell that good. And as you're investigating it, you see a twitch in it, and you hear a crunching noise.
Oh, good.
I hear a
Someone's eating this thing.
Yeah, a crunching noise. Okay, can I tell where the Yeah, can I tell where
I
the
didn't realize we were
crunching
playing
noise?
Tremors.
I know. Can I tell? Is it coming from below me, like the crunching noise, or if you're talking, you're
Yeah,
muted?
it didn't come. I think it just didn't pick up to come through.
Yeah, I'm not muted. It is. It is below you. And you hear another
Duh.
crunch, and you see the entire big animal shift, and the ground kind of crack a little bit.
I'm gonna
Oh,
step
this thing.
back just a hair, like.
Give me another stealth check.
Oh no. Okay.
Poke it.
Yeah, poke it.
No, I'm not poking it.
It's a
That is the
fucking
worst
what's it
stealth
called?
roll
A
I've
bullet
ever
or whatever.
rolled. That's an 11.
There's a few different things
11?
that could be for this area.
Wait.
Yeah.
You start hearing the ground shake as this thing shoots out of the hole, and as it shoots out of the hole, you get a good look at it as the legs and the torso area is missing of a giant moose.
Oh, awesome.
And the body lands as this hole, and emerging from this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the map up.
Poke it.
And
No, poke
I
it.
will.
I'm not poking nothing.
No, wrong button. I'm going to add the party to the map. You guys are going to place where you are, except for Larissa. That's basically said where she is.
Oliver probably would have like stayed back in the bushes here while she got closer.
Yeah.
As you see this thing
There's
appear.
bullet.
I got
Yeah.
one.
Nice.
What?
As you see this thing appear out of the ground in front of you.
What the heck is that?
Because land sharks.
Basically.
Oh no. What?
Mountain
Like a-
shark do
it's more like a
do do
hippopotamus.
do. Mountain shark do 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 do.
Like, look at that artwork from Astral. It's like, I think that's like the cutest book.
Oh man. Okay.
Massive, armored, shark-like creature just springs up out of the ground in front of you.
Would Oliver know what this is?
Roll me a nature.
Sorry, my internet dropped out there for a second, guys. I'm back.
No, we never noticed. Oh, you're kind of frozen a little bit.
That is a 16.
16. Yeah, you have stuff similar to this in the north, but they usually burrow underneath the snow and the ground. So yeah, I would say Oliver knows what it is. You might have a different name for it.
Fair. So has this thing like clearly spotted Larissa, or is it?
Oh, it is looking dead at her. So we are actually going into initiative.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if we were going to continue or not. All right.
Yeah.
Terrible. Do you want me to roll Nick's initiative, or is he just acting?
They
on
act
mine?
on yours.
Okay.
You're familiar. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're familiar acts on yours, I believe. Larissa, what's your initiative?
18.
Killian?
15.
15. So Nyx is 15. Oliver,
17.
17. And last but not least, Ben,
16.
16, which makes Tannen 16.
All right there and together.
All right, good. Actually, some stuff. So, all right. So first off is going to be Larissa. Larissa, this thing springs out of the ground and lands on all fours and looks at you with its mouth wide open, just dripping with blood and gore. Its entire snout is just covered with red.
Moose.
Yeah,
Ooh,
red
moose.
moose, but mixed with dirt. So it's this bloody mud just all over its snout.
Okay, so I'm
Any chance we
gonna.
could get some combat-oriented music from the GM?
Yeah,
that
thank
would
you
work
for reminding me. Let's Hopefully it's not too loud. Let's do this one.
Let's
that good?
see.
And a grid when you have a chance.
Yeah.
Oh God, you guys are
I
so
know,
needy.
So needy.
Here,
We're
I'll
the
do
worst.
grid snapping too.
Ooh.
Oh man,
Ooh.
stepping it up.
Fancy.
Okay, so
Look how clean and easy it is with Astral.
Bye.
right. Okay, so as my bonus action, I'm gonna use insightful fighting
Okay.
against its deception.
All right. Let's see how deceptive it is. It has a +10 to charisma. No.
Okay, well,
Most
my
charismatic
like
shark I've ever
it
seen.
was a 20.
It's
so,
got a top hat and a monocle.
Yeah.
I do say.
How
Rawr.
dare you interrupt my meal?
So you're having a pleasant meal. Is rudely interrupted. Have at you.
Put him up. Been a while since I've thrown the fisticuffs.
All right. So what was yours?
My insight was a 20.
He rolled a 7. So you do have insightful fighting on the poor guy.
Whatever, he can deal with it. Since I'm close enough, I'm going to use my. Okay, I'm gonna use my summer's dance. Doesn't seem like such a good idea, but we'll do it. That is.
You're gonna have to step forward.
Yeah. Step 1. So that's a 24. Does that hit?
24 does hit.
Nice.
Okay. So I'm gonna click for damage on here, and then I'm gonna roll my sneak attack damage. So that's 26 points of damage in total.
Nice.
Okay. All right. You thrust at it verily, and it's taken aback by the amount of damage it takes. It's roaring in your face. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep, because I already used my bonus action.
All right.
That's what you did.
Let's see. I don't think I have a means of getting close and making an attack here. Nope. All right. I am going to run forward and will, as I charge forward towards it, will enter a rage as eyes go white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is as far as I can get. I can't quite make it to it. So that's bonus action. I will use the last of my movement. Or I will double move, sorry. Will I? Yeah, so I'm just going to be like yelling, trying to get its attention as I run forward. I will use my action to move as well and kind of like try and move to the opposite side of Larissa, just trying to draw its attention. I know she's the one that attacked it and I haven't done anything to it yet, but I'm just yelling and screaming at it, trying to pull it away from her, and that will be my turn.
Sure. I picture him yelling at his accent, "Hey, over here!"
10 and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He's going to keep an eye out this direction for any more. And take the dodge action. And bend 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Well within range. Ben looks around and looks around, and there's a couple of pebbles on the ground nearby, and he kicks one of them, almost like a soccer player, and it pops up, and in a throwing motion, even though the rock's not in his hand, and a flash of green arcane energy, he casts Catapult at
I
third
love
level.
this spell.
Love that spell.
Yeah.
Oh
This
my
was-
god.
One of
This
my
was,
favorites.
This was Max's bread and butter during our one shot.
Yeah,
My-
so dexterity
yeah.
save from him.
Okay. Yeah, I use this spell all the time with my Blade Singer. God, I love that spell.
Yeah, that was a pretty standard go-to for my artificer in the last campaign I played in.
11.
Okay, he takes 17 points of bludgeoning damage. Just crack right in the side, and then
You hear it crack off of its plating, and it roars looking over at Ben.
okay. And looking up, I go, oh, as he looks at me.
Oh, you've done it now.
I'll just stay put. Yeah, that'll be my turn. No bonus action.
Right. Nyx is going to give Larissa advantage on her next attack. He's helping. That way you get your sneak attack damage.
I get my sneak attack damage anyway, because he has insightful fighting
Well-
on him.
You have advantage. at
But
least.
it, yeah, you have advantage.
Okay, yeah.
5, 10, 15 point. Ah, dang, I'm just one space out.
Oh,
5,
no.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Yeah, I'm not in range for Witch Bolt. Okay. In that case, I'm going to draw my pistol and fire twice. I'm using Firebolt to do so. Oh, that was almost a nat 20. I rolled a 15. Does a 15 hit?
Does not. The bolt bounces off its plating.
Shit.
Oh.
All right. As a bonus action, I will use my bardic inspiration for Oliver. I'll be like, what do I say to you? Oliver, you're about this thing size. You can take it.
You
it's a D6 inspiration.
you are feeling inspired. So it looks at its current predicament, looking at Oliver, who's pretty big, wielding a sword. Larissa, who stabbed him. The bird that's like pecking at its eyes. It's it'll take
Gonna
the
burrow.
disengage action and burrow straight down.
Shit.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
That you hear the ground shaking as it burrows beneath you, and that's its move. Back
So-
up to Larissa.
Wait, do I have any idea what this thing is? Have I seen one of these things before?
Roll a nature check.
15.
15. Oh, yeah, I'll give it to you. You've, with your studies in the Queen's College in Vandalheim, you've heard stories of, especially out in the wilderness, it's a very common monster that tends to prey on, things from underneath.
So yeah, so I'll say, careful now. These things are tunnelers. Watch your feet. And then, well, I guess it's not. Are we still in combat initiative or?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So it's not my turn.
Larissa.
I'm gonna, I guess, ready in action. I can't do anything. Well,
Okay, what's your trigger? What action are you readying and what's your trigger?
as soon as I see it pop up, I'm gonna attempt to shoot it with my bow.
And
next?
that is going to be your turn.
Mhm.
So go ahead and end your turn. You're spending your reaction to hold your action.
Let's see. Where would be the base of the nearest tree that looks like it has a relatively low limb?
Like,
Like I can't see
here?
within the foliage of the trees, so like would this be reasonable?
I feel like right there.
Yeah.
He's nodding.
I'm sneezing and then I had to mute the
Oh.
mic because I'm sure you guys didn't want to hear that.
All right. If you will allow it, Oliver is going to take his action for the turn, and he's going to turn to everybody and say, "Watch it from coming up under the ground." And he is going to run over, grab Larissa, pick her up, and deposit her on a tree branch over here, and then take a defensive stance at the base of the tree.
You have the movement. Are you going to allow him to do that?
Seeing her having
I'm
drawn
gonna
a
say-
bow, like for wherever it popped up, he's trying to put her somewhere where she can do that safely.
I get you.
Right. I'm just gonna at this point I'm gonna say it happened so quickly, I'm just gonna go with it. Like,
Okay,
it's just
as
gonna-
long as you're not going to resist it,
No.
you are holding your action with the bow out, and he deposits you gingerly onto a tree plant branch.
Yay.
He's so strong, I'm not even going to argue that he can't lift you. It's ridiculous.
Done got scooped. Yeah, so that would have been my action. Man. Yep, that's gonna be it, and my rage is gonna end because that's how that's gonna go. So,
Tannen, kind of looking around confused, will take the... decision time. How protective am I feeling? Yeah, Tannen's out. Tannen bamps out. As my bonus action, then my action, a drop of mercury spreads across the air in front of me and forms into a circular disc 5 feet wide, floating 3 feet above the ground.
Smart.
As I hop up onto Tensor's floating disc.
Yeah, very smart idea.
And so Tannen is off the map.
Okay, Tensor's floating disc, does it like...
It does not move.
Yeah, but is it like a force field? Can something still grab you from underneath? It's like...
That would be kind of outside the bounds of the description, so I don't know. It is a circular disc 3 feet in diameter and 1 inch thick.
So it depends on how big his mouth opens.
Yeah, that floats 3 feet above the ground in an unoccupied space within range. The disc remains for the duration, can hold up to 500 pounds. If more weight is placed upon it, the spell ends and everything falls to the ground.
But it can hold multiple people.
It's only 3 feet in diameter, so that would...
Not easily.
Yeah, that would have to get real iffy real quick. So that's my turn.
We'd have to be real friendly.
Hey, bud. Science bros.
Yeah.
Right,
No.
Killian.
So I'm going to very meticulously not move. Make sure I'm not causing any vibrations. I want to be as still as possible. If you want me to make a roll for that, I can.
All right, Kevin Bacon, roll me a stealth.
It's hilarious that I made that joke earlier. Okay, it's an 18.
18, all right.
And I want to hold a... Let's hold an Eldritch Blast.
Yeah. And your trigger?
When it pops up.
Okay. All right. What the Nick's doing?
So he... can't really... Well, I'm going to tell him to stay near Oliver since he's also on the ground. So he's giving the help action to Oliver.
All right. So
Yeah.
the whole time, the ground has not stopped rumbling. And then...
Oh, shoot!
Yep.
You see it pop out of the ground right in front of Ben.
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to Eldritch Blast.
Okay, so we'll do Larissa first because she held her action first.
Yep,
so
that's
we'll
fine.
just go ahead. And then we'll do you because you two are the only ones that held your action. So Larissa, go ahead.
That is a dirty 20.
All right, so you hit.
And then
9.
so that's a 9 from my bow, but then hold on. 16 from my sneak attack. So that's 25.
Nice.
You see this arrow chink into the side of its neck, right through the sweet spot, right through the plating, and you say, "Ah!" as you just see purplish, dark blood just start pouring out of its neck. All right, Killian.
So, question. So my Eldritch Blast, it produces 2 beams. Do both of those have that repelling blast feature, or is that just once per turn? I was trying to look for it, but I can't
I
find
want to
it.
say
It's
repelling
in-
blast can only happen once per turn.
It's in the Eldritch Invocation.
Well, we'll go with once per turn for now. We'll research it later.
Okay, cool. So first beam, I rolled. This is an 18 hit.
Barely.
Okay, and the second one, nat 1. So first beam does almost 10. That was 6 points of damage, and it's knocked back 10 feet. If possible, I want to push it. Well, I can't really push it further away from Ben.
It is when you hit a creature. It does not say only once.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I want to push it back this way.
So 10 feet. And it does work with large creatures.
There's
there's no-
It does not specify.
There's no size
Which-
restriction whatsoever.
Oh.
Which can lead to
5,
some really exploitative bullshit. But
So that's 5, 10. So it moves right there.
yeah,
Also, I would like to add, I love the fact that Astral is so quick with editing that I was able to throw these holes in just by hitting E going into editor, throwing these holes up.
Nice.
yeah.
All right, so you hit it twice, moving it. Now, on its turn, it will look at... How far away are you? Okay. No, right there. There we go. Okay. So it will, you see it leans back on its muscular legs and jumps 15 feet, landing close to Roth.
Shit.
I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no. It's
A 1.
10.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
it was a 4 that I rolled on the dice.
As a reaction, Ben is seeing his friend fail miserably, and he's like, "Nope, not that one," and reaches out and tries to wheel the timeline back and lets you reroll.
Okay. Oh, I almost rolled a 4 again. It's a 17. It was
17.
like, and then it shifted over to the 11.
Okay. Did you do dexterity or strength?
Dexterity.
Okay. So you will take half damage and not be knocked prone.
Okay, that's good. I like that.
Preferable, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you will
Thank you,
take 66.
Whew.
Ow. Is that half? 66 is half?
No. That's what I got to roll.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, I was gonna say no.
6d6.
I was like 12d6. What the hell?
Yeah, I was like, what kind of creature are we fighting?
This is the greater Eldritch bullet.
I
A
do
greater
that-
Eldritch gentleman bullet.
You take 9 points of damage,
Okay.
5 of which is bludgeoning, 5 of which is bludgeoning, 4 of which is slashing.
Okay. I do that. So it hit, like I see it jumping, and I do that thing where I'm like stumbling backwards, and then it hits the ground, and I like roll. I like fall back onto my back, and then I continue rolling back up onto my feet. And I'm like, ooh!
That is the Boulet's deadly leap ability.
Great.
Of irritability.
Love it.
Irritability. And that is his action.
Okay.
Awesome.
Little help.
Okay. I did help you.
Little more help.
And does he have... Nope, that was his movement. So, Larissa.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 30. I think he's 30 feet away from me. 18, 20, 30. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to shoot him again. 22.
The hit?
Okay. Yes, to hit.
Yeah, you hit.
hit. And then damage, or sneak attack damage. So that is only a 17 that time.
Only a 17.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he takes another arrow into that little sweet spot again. You almost pierce your other arrow, and another jet of purplish blood comes out as it kind of dazes a little bit on its feet, looking at Roth, but centers itself and starts roaring.
For my bonus action, I'm going to try to hide a little bit more into the tree limb.
All right, roll a stealth check.
That's a natural 20, so it's a 29.
You disappear into the next chapter.
You find yourself in the dreamland.
Yeah, waking up again.
God damn it.
Looking for a cat.
All right, so if that's your turn, end it.
Mm-hmm.
Oliver.
Jacob, don't forget that you have advantage and you have inspiration from me.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will run up and make 2 attacks and not bother with making it reckless then. I'll have advantage on the first one. That's only a 9 on the die, but that's going to be a total of 17 to hit. As I draw the magician's judge.
That is his AC.
Beautiful. So that will be... Oh. Wow. Wow. It was about time that I had bad rolls on something here tonight, because everything's been solid up to this point. So that was 2 1s on the 2d6 that I re-rolled.
no.
That I re-rolled with Great Weapon Master for, you guessed it, another 2 1s.
Wow.
No.
So that's
Brutal.
That's whopping 7 points of damage on the first attack.
Okay, Oliver Runvadar, how do you want to do this?
That's hilarious. Sure. So just as it runs towards Killian, he like rolls back. Larissa's arrow like comes over my shoulder as I am charging in, and I just like find a place between the metal plates as the head is like coming towards Killian again, and I just stab the sword down like under the neck plating behind it.
And with a mild, almost whining noise in the deep of its throat, it against the ground, and like that, it goes quiet.
Yeah.
Yay.
I
Did it,
kick
guys? We killed the big bad.
Yeah, campaign over.
Um,
Ben
and
will remain.
helping Killian back up to his feet. Are you all right?
I've been better.
Can I jump down without
Almost
hurting
just got
myself?
eaten by a land
Yeah.
shark.
Okay, so I'm gonna jump down.
And we have some things like this in the north today. It can be pretty territorial, especially when they're feeding.
I'm going next to Oliver's like, thanks for your assistance. The tree worked out great.
And this being on the ground is not the best place to be with them. Nice work
Yeah,
with
so
the
they don't like travel in packs or something, do they?
bow. Hey,
As Ben's like looking at the ground while he's floating.
It's a good question.
I don't know the answer to that. Would Oliver know the answer to that with the 16 nature roll that he had before? Or I can roll
You would
again.
know with the 16 because the DC wasn't very high. With the 16, you do know that these are very solitary, wandering creatures. They eat everything, even other boulets. Um, they only really get together in multiple numbers when they're mating.
No, they usually travel alone. They not ones
Can I-
for moving in packs or anything.
Can I go retrieve my arrows?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm like, see her like yank them out and just kind of like shake them off, like real gross, and put them back.
All right.
Well, Ben like tucks a little vial of molasses back in his coat that he was about to use, and okay. And he hops down off the disc, and as he walks towards the group, you notice the disc just follows him.
That was.
And he brings Tannen back in.
Can't say I was expecting to find one of those here, but I guess that makes sense for the area.
So
Shall
we
we
keep-
keep moving then?
About how long have we been traveling throughout the day at this point?
This has been well over half a day.
Okay.
So do we keep moving?
I don't think there's too much reason to continue around here. Might as well keep on the move.
Okay.
Ben will take an empty vial out of his coat and take a few little chips of the bullet's shell and some of its blood and throw it in the vial and cork it.
So, okay.
Do you want me to stealth up first?
I think we can continue as we were. I
Okay.
don't see any other signs of problems in the area.
Has
if
anyone
we spot
seen-
another half-eaten moose, you're welcome to sneak up on that one too if you want.
No, that's okay.
Ben catches up to you all and says, "Where did my damn cat go?" And you turn back and you see Tannen is actually lounging on the floating disc, being
He's sleeping in the sun.
probably recharging, I guess. And I dismiss the disc out from underneath him.
Jerk.
Oh,
The cat gets up and at Ben. And we continue on.
we
All right.
continue going.
So you continue forward. You start entering into a more wooded area of the island, going up into the mountain area. Killian or whoever is helming this journey again, give me another roll.
I mean, if no one has any objections, Oliver would continue to lead the charge on this one, I think.
Yeah, I would be right behind him.
Ooh,
As we do
I'm gonna use
this,
my bardic inspiration on that before it goes away, though.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
I was going to attempt to assist him through the process.
Sure.
Bill, is that all right with you?
Yeah, just what are you going to do to assist him?
Just kind of generally keep an eye out, and then I'll have Tannen run ahead and kind of scout ahead so that and communicate back to me places where there are pitfalls or like a bog or whatever, just so we can avoid them.
All right, then give me a survival check and tell me if you get above a 10.
Dirty 20.
All right, so Oliver, give me a survival check at advantage.
Okay. I had already rolled a 9 before, so the second die is a 14 plus 2 plus 5, so 21.
21. All right, so you feel pretty much on track. You start coming into a wooded area, and as you're coming in, you start with your survival check. You start seeing signs every now and again. At first, very subtle carvings on trees of a tusked maul with a red hand stain. Then eventually more carvings to eventually you come across a kind of a totem made up of a animal skull and some leaves and some feathers.
It would seem we're starting to get close. There's the more tribal creatures like these ogres, like them, and often the orcs that we've dealt with in the north. They tend to mark their territory like this, and I will start pointing out the signs to everyone else.
You start noticing more animal life too. You see a couple more moose, or the plural moose, meese. No,
Mace. Moosin.
you start. Is it really moosin?
Yeah, definitely.
No, okay.
It's just
100%.
he will believe you. Don't tell him.
I will actually believe you because I know
No,
that.
it's not Moosin. No, I'm pretty sure it's just Moose.
So you see like several different. You see a couple moose, some deer, little occasional rabbits. You do notice a couple of the rabbits have little horns on their heads like unicorns, and they keep running. You do notice in the distance, the only animal that's really could have been a threat is Oliver, with his high survival, is able to see in a distance a large owl bear with two little puff balls behind it, like trudging along.
This is how Larissa dies.
Oh, the mama owlbear. They, if you think that the regular bears or the bullets can be territorial, just oof, when they have their children. Oh my goodness.
So what you're saying is that I shouldn't go grab
You
one and
should
put it in my
not go
bag.
hug. You should absolutely not go hug that. As much as I'm sure you want to, I assure you, I would if it was safe.
For
But
those
they are not.
For those of you that have played Baldur's Gate 3, the goblins call it the big chicken.
That's fantastic.
So, at around this time, the light of day does start fading. I'm watching the stream. I wonder how long it updates. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
The light of day starts failing a little bit as it gets darker.
I definitely do not think we should travel through the night.
No.
I cannot see in the dark without assistance.
No. How long have we been spotting the territory markers? Like, are we only just starting to see them?
Yeah. Like you feel like, yet again with the high survival you got, you feel like you're just getting on the border of the ogre's territory.
Perhaps we head.
How big it spans, you're not 100% sure.
Um, given the markings that we see here, perhaps we backtrack just a bit as it's getting dark. Camp outside of the territory, just a smidge.
I can
Find
provide us
some
some.
dense brush or something.
I can provide us some security through the night.
I would suggest not building a fire tonight if it's not going to get too cold.
We won't need it. It'll be plenty warm.
It sounds lovely.
So as you backtrack, you do happen to find a little clearing.
This will suit my needs. And Ben takes out his spell book out of his dimensional carry-on luggage and begins casting Lehman's tiny hut,
Okay.
which takes him 10 minutes.
All right. Is that a ritual spell?
Yep.
Okay. So, as you do, and this is strictly for flavor, you enter into this clearing,
That's pretty.
and
I know that map.
this is a dynamic dungeons map.
I almost used this map on our one shot actually.
Really?
You will recognize it from taking down Junior.
Oh yeah, you
It was
did
just
use that one. Right?
Turned on another axis.
Mhm.
And Jacob saw it in
Yep,
another
yep, yep.
game.
Mm-hmm.
So, and you're casting Lehman's Tidy Hut?
Yeah. So it is a 10-meter, beautiful,
Nice.
10 feet, excuse me. 10-foot
I got-
sphere.
I think I got that right. Yeah.
Legit.
And the exterior is kind of a malted green color to blend in as best a dome can with the natural surroundings. And the inside is kind of a faint reddish hue, almost like a campfire light. And it is warm inside. Not hot, but it is very warm. Like a comfortable, relaxing warmth.
Beautiful.
Okay. So, over the course of, the rest of the daylight, it does, of course, as always, get dark. Is there anything you wanted to do tonight as you camp here amongst the stars in this strange forest?
I'm gonna start trying to use my tinker tools
Okay.
to make that wind up thing.
Oh, what we talked about.
Yeah. Oh wait, I rolled the wrong thing. Hold on. Ta-da. My proficiency, right?
Yes. While
she's doing that, is there anything anyone else needed to do? Ben would probably spend 20-30 minutes messing around with the tarot cards that he's experimenting with. And for funsies and flavor, he draws the plant, the rogue, and the cleric. Just kind of looks at them for a little while and sets them out. And for everybody else.
Your background's kind of messing with those. I can't.
Yeah. Oh well. And then we'll spend an hour before he goes to bed doing the last hour.
I'm curious now if I did that.
Nope, you're still there.
Oh man.
Spend an hour throughout the course of the evening finishing transcribing that spell.
I'm gonna turn the light up because I don't think people can see that on the stream.
It's pretty dark.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real
So we'll
dark.
just
Turn it up a little bit.
have it right there. There, nighttime.
Okay.
Actually, I got an even cooler idea as we do that. So, what is everybody else doing?
Oliver would be a little more on guard through the evening as camp gets set up. He knows and trusts in Ben's dome here, it having been used a number of other times, but would definitely kind of like keep a first watch. And as he does so, he will continue what he had begun the night before of kind of piecing through the bones. Not necessarily rolling them again tonight, but just kind of like harmonizing himself with them one at a time.
I got you. You're milling over the bones.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
I don't have anything in particular I need to do, but do we have anything else that we need to identify as far as magic items go?
Everything that I have at least is identified.
Same.
I have that coat.
Oh, well, I don't know you have that coat, so.
Yeah, you're being all cagey.
Yeah. Do you ask that out loud if there's anything that someone needs to be identified?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then I'm gonna pull the coat out of my bag of holding, and I'm gonna like hold the top of it, but I'm gonna leave the tail of it to you, and I say, "This has some ruins on it."
Oh, well, let me take a look, see if I can figure out what those do.
Okay.
So I will sit down with the coat draped over my legs, basically. Pull out. Hey, Ben, can I borrow your pearl?
So Ben's gonna look up from transcribing and look across and see Larissa like clutching the coat, like she's afraid somebody's gonna take it, and reach into a pocket and grab a pearl and hand it to you, and just out loud say, "You're amongst friends here," and go back to transcribing.
And then I take out a feather and start brushing the feather along the coat.
I'm assuming I released it to you, because you have it on your lab. So
it is, from what you can tell, this coat. There it goes. This coat has runes of protection on it, as well as a hint of necrotic enchantment.
So with identify,
I get all of them.
Yeah. Bill's trying to be like thematic with it, okay?
Yeah.
I'm just excited. I want to see
Give
what it
me
is.
more.
This coat, upon studying it, would gain a +1 to AC. It has 3 charges that attaches to this coat, and when you hit a creature with an attack, and that creature doesn't have all of its hit points, you can expend 1 charge to deal an extra D10 of necrotic damage to the target.
Oof.
Snap.
The coat regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn.
Solid.
Baller.
So cloak of protection with some damage.
The breastplate and shoulder protectors of this armor are made of leather that have been stiffened by being boiled in oil, and the rest of the armor is made of softer, more flexible materials.
Okay, so it's actually an armor piece, not a cloak.
No, it's just it is an armor.
So
it's a leather armor.
Thematically, like a whaler's coat that you have to button up across the front, kind of thing.
Pretty much, it's under D&D Beyond as Hunter's Coat, and it is from the Wildmount Exandria book.
Nice.
Nice. That's dope.
I dig it.
Cool. I relay that information.
Awesome.
Ben
gonna-
looks up from his transcribing. That sounds quite useful, and goes right back to it. And whenever I get done with the transcribing, before we all bed down, as we're sitting here in this kind of dome in this awkward forest, and I'll summon my chest back to the center of the space and open it up and take out those 2 mithril bars. And do you want to hold on to these, or do you want me to keep them in the chest?
I'm fine with you keeping them as long as I have access to them.
Anytime you wish. I'll place them back in, and I will pull out the jug of apple smack and pour a little glass for everybody and pass them around.
Hell yeah.
As we all... I'll go ahead and notate that I used it once. And then when we're done and I put the jug of apple smack back, I will take a moment, because it is relevant, holding the replica of the chest to my chest and reaching out and touching. I will cast, muttering some arcane words under my breath, and there's a flash of green and purple energy that swirls almost like a sea of stars as the chest disappears back into its little planar hidey hole, as I cast Lehman's secret chest, because at this point I figure it's probably been a while and I don't want to risk losing it. So that gives me another 60 days where I don't have to worry about losing it.
All right, so the night goes on. You all drink your one. Anybody drinking more apple smack than one?
Mm-mm.
Just
Okay,
a little nipper.
so you drink your one. Larissa tinkering with her little project. Oliver playing with his bones. Ben writing in his book. And as the night continues, are you setting watches?
So Oliver was
absolutely.
going to take first watch.
I'll go
Okay.
after Oliver.
If everyone is okay with it, I'll go last. It gives me an opportunity to prepare for the day.
Sounds like a good plan.
Sounds to me like I get to sleep through the night.
Or you could go before me and after Larissa.
You want to do 4 watches? That doesn't seem necessary.
I look forward to you waking me up.
You'll be sorely disappointed.
Okay, so as you bed down, Oliver, give me a perception for your first watch.
18.
18. So as everyone is falling asleep and you're sitting there smoking your pipe or doing whatever you do on your watch, you start noticing the shadows moving as they did the night before. It's slow at first, but as the moon gets higher, the leaves through the moonlight become tendrils. The shadows move beyond the light and back, and you start noticing movement within the moonlight every now and again.
Can I pinpoint anywhere specifically that I'm seeing this movement that doesn't appear to just be the like tendril?
You, other than the like tendrils, you do notice yes, over here on the edge of your eyesight, you notice what looks like a dog that, as it's very weird, as it steps into the moonlight, you see it, but as it steps into the shadows, it disappears.
I will kind of like crouch down as close to the edge of the dome as I can, careful not to cross it, but just kind of keep observing, see if I can spot where it comes back out of the shadows, and just very quietly try and keep an eye on what's happening with it.
As you're actively searching, you see it pause and it seems to be sniffing the ground, and it sniffs up and pauses in the moonlight, and you see this creature. And it raises its snout and looks over at the bubble.
Okay, so if you put a creature on the map, we have dynamic lighting on and we cannot see it.
I
Oh
see.
it's on the edge.
It's there.
It's right here.
Yeah.
Oh, it is not showing up for me. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, just refresh.
Yep, I will do so. Continue.
Right. If it is not approaching otherwise, I will continue to remain quiet and not rouse anyone else and just watch it.
Starts walking, sniffing the ground as it goes, and as it enters into this shadowy darkness towards where you guys are, it vanishes.
It was because my internet went out. I'm back.
Oh,
Welcome back.
Yay, internet.
So what did I miss? We saw the creature and then...
As it approached into like the shadows under the trees, it vanished again.
Oh, shit.
If I don't see it again and it's not doing anything else, I'm going to continue to not make a sound or try and wake anyone else. I am going to sit and observe.
sit and observe, and you're peering at the edge of this bubble. As something gets on the outside, all of a sudden, as if it's breathing on glass, you don't see the creature, but you see the condensation from its nose right in front of your face.
Creepy.
I'm going to let it keep doing its thing on the other side. I will look around to see if there's anything else, but if it doesn't seem to be able to come through and everything is holding where it needs to be, I'm going to let it do its thing. Keep an eye out if anything else pops up as well.
As you're watching, you see that little of condensation over here.
Mm-hmm.
And you see it as it seems to be going around the circle. You can't see it because of the shadows. And then you start noticing another, and then one over here, and then one over here, and then one over here.
Real glad we cast that dome.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
If nothing can come in, and there's not anything I'm gonna try and do about it, so they're gonna continue that. Hang on just one second.
Cool. Creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
Super creepy.
Boopy.
So
I will continue through my watch, and as I go to awake Larissa for the second watch, are they still there or have they dispersed?
they have not. You still kind of hear every now and again snapping of twigs.
Mm-hmm.
They are very interested in this bubble, whatever they are.
Larissa,
Mm.
try and keep
What?
as quiet as you can. We have some form of shadowy beasts outside the dome. They don't seem to be able to get in, but there's multiple of them.
Okay, so, which side of the dome, or is it all around?
Everywhere.
I think
Do you
I lost
point-
y'all.
Do you point it out?
I think he's talking to Emily.
Mm-hmm.
So, they were all around.
They're all around. Okay. So I'm gonna, I guess, ease myself like right here in the middle, and then I'll keep my eyes extra open and watch.
Oliver beds down. You start noticing the same things that he noticed. Every now and again, you see the condensation of something breathing on the other side of the dome.
Okay, I'm just gonna like watch and make sure they can't get in, they don't get too close.
Wards, give me a perception check.
Sorry about that. Emily got home with the dogs, and we have 2 dogs in cones. Because,
Oh.
yay, conjunctivitis.
Aw,
Oh.
Exciting.
Yeah.
That's 15.
You start among the sounds of the forest and the shadowy night. You start hearing digging,
Digging?
like
Can I tell where it's coming from?
behind you.
So I'm gonna look behind me. I am really sorry. So I'm gonna look behind me.
Look behind you and you turn. You see a shadowy kind of outline, but you see the ground almost invisible, the ground moving as if something's digging at the edge of the bubble.
Is it getting under the bubble?
And you then, as you look up just a little, you see a yellow robed figure standing behind where it's digging, and the figure just looks up at you with its white mask and just shakes its head. And the figure goes away.
Okay. Is the thing still digging under the bubble?
It digs for a while,
Hmm.
and then almost very shockingly, you see a bit of dirt on the inside of the bubble move.
I'm assuming Oliver's closest to me because he woke me up, and I'm gonna kind of like tap at him with my foot.
Yeah.
It's gotten under the bubble.
It can get in?
It dug under the bubble.
I don't
So
think.
I thought this
I don't
thing
know if
was
he-
completely closed off.
Yeah, I don't
That
think
is-
that's how. But
It's a dome.
I don't think so. I think it's actually like a pocket, like because it keeps like water out and things like that too, as far as I know.
From what I looked, we can do that. We'll pause real quick. But from the research I've done on it, I believe that it is not a completely enclosed sphere.
So there was a sage advice that was Jeremy Crawford initially saying it was a dome, not a hemisphere, but then he then followed it up with another post saying Lehman's tiny hut does have a floor. Mr. Crawford, read your own book. The spell's range says the effect is hemispherical.
Oh,
So there is
okay.
in fact a floor.
I was going with the Jeremy Crawford, so
You're good,
it
man.
does.
Yeah,
go underneath?
it's that both of those were him. He initially states that it doesn't, that it's a dome, and then he follows it up in a response to his own stating,
Let
"Oops,
this be
I
a
can't
lesson
read."
to our viewers. Let this be a lesson to our viewers. DMs are not always right.
Yeah.
The people that wrote the book aren't always right.
So the post I saw was that it was not a complete dome. But however, it does start digging underneath, but it cannot get underneath it. So
Okay,
Larissa
well-
does see dirt move underneath.
Well, I'm
The
not
dome.
gonna wake Oliver up if it doesn't look like it's gonna get in.
Oh, baby. Poor pupper in a cone.
I'm just
Alright,
gonna keep
so that-
watching.
That ends your watch.
Yes.
All right. So throughout the night, these creatures do try to get in. They eventually do give up. And you don't see them go away, but their presence, whoever's watch is after yours, their presence, they do give up.
Who that was? Kelly or Ben?
Who do you wake up?
I'm looking up Killian. Stop.
Killian's like, why are you waking me up? It's Ben's watch, and then I go back to sleep.
I was gonna be like, you wake Ben up, and then I'm going to sleep.
Oh no.
No.
I wake Ben
If I-
up, and then I go back to sleep.
Can I get a sleep battle insight check on that, GM?
Insight check on what?
On whether or not he's actually done a watch.
Oh my gosh. Stop, Tater.
I will let you have an insight check at disadvantage.
Perfect. 14.
Do I need to roll something?
I assume.
Yeah, roll.
Excuse me.
Roll a,
17 total.
yeah, roll a deception.
19, sir. I go back to sleep.
You go back.
You see Killian, and he sells it with a fake yawn, probably a real yawn. He sells it. He looks like he's had a watch.
Okay. I get up and summon my spell book and start my watch and start preparing spells for the day.
Okay.
And by about hour 3,
It is not light yet.
I connect telepathically with Killian and narrate the next 2.5 hours loudly into his mind.
So you have this weird dream of an omnipresent voice just describing the
Oh
woods.
no, I intentionally wake his ass up. And so I only got 4 hours of sleep at that point. Do I benefit from a long rest?
No, there was 2 watches.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so roughly 2 hours apiece. So I got 4 hours of sleep.
Okay.
So does your wizard get a long rest?
I'm going to rule that you did because you went to
Okay.
sleep first and then you rested. So it's 8 hours in particular. You didn't fight anything. You just sat there. You might have been a little perturbed when you found out that Killian did that to you, but I'm going to rule you got a long rest. You didn't do anything strenuous.
I will gently wake up Larissa and Oliver, and when the sun is up and it's safe to step outside the dome, and I'll ask them to step outside the dome for just a moment, and then I will close my eyes and make it brighter than the sun inside the dome.
You're cooking Oliver?
No, me.
Oh.
No,
It's
you're
very rudely waking up Killian.
Oh, no.
It's yeah, like noonday sun in the desert bright.
So, Killian, you have the brightest sun you've ever seen beaming in on you. You're in a tanning bed.
And I am comfortable and enjoying it, and the other two members are not in the dome.
I probably recognize what's going on, and I'm like, yeah, all right, that's fair. I deserve that.
All right.
Yeah. And I stand up and walk out, and that dispels the dome as I leave.
Okay. So, strange night indeed.
How'd you sleep, man?
You get just the faintest little spike in the back of your mind as Ben looks at you with bags under his eyes.
Well, I take it that they didn't manage to get in.
No, as far as I know, they didn't manage to get in.
Creepy
They
hounds.
tried.
Ben, were they still around by your watch?
Which one?
Because
I
woke
don't
up-
know if you were aware of this, but I was up for half the night. Because not
Mm.
everybody pulled their weight.
no.
I woke up Killian to take over for me.
And I told you when you woke me up that it was Ben's watch.
Yeah,
You
And
told me
I
to wake
told
Ben
you-
up, and so I woke Ben up.
I told you if you felt it was Ben's watch to wake him up.
And I did.
and then I was awake for half the night. So let
I
us
don't
not.
understand. When we discussed going to bed, we discussed doing 3 watches, and then I was going to sleep through the night, and that's
No,
what I did.
you said that. The rest of us all said everyone take a watch.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to the night before when we did 3 watches and Ben slept through the night. Why was that
Let's-
okay?
Let's circle back.
Ben did not sleep through the night.
Yeah, we only did 3 watches.
Yes, but Ben did not sleep through the night.
Well, that's your choice to not sleep through the night.
Listen.
Oh, now are we going to do 3 watches or 4?
Ben glances at everyone. I believe the only fair and polite thing to do for everyone is to each pull equal weight.
I'm fine with it.
I will never ask you to do something I am not willing to do myself. That is all I ask in return.
So 4 watches it is.
Yes.
I'm so glad you caught up to the rest of us.
Oliver pops back
Now,
around
now.
after looking for some berries. Does anyone have food for breakfast?
I'm
Just
gonna-
completely oblivious
Oh.
to like the tension that's happening here between everybody else.
Perfect.
Having had to deal with like contentious party members before, I'm just gonna pull out the bread I have and a little bit of extra meat I had and be like, "Here you go."
Actually, think I have. I look back through.
No, actually, Oliver had packed a bunch of food rations and whatnot whenever
That's
we
what it
left.
was.
So he would get out some various hardtack and whatnot and divvy it out to the group for breakfast. If there was not ready, available things that the forest was able to provide.
Yeah, I've got rations as well, it seems. As Ben packs up his spellbook and for the day and looks around. It's fine. It was a joke, right? Sure, we'll go with that. So, where are we off to?
We are certainly close to the ogres. I suggest we try and move quietly from here as we attempt to see what the situation is.
Okay.
Well, just to show there's no hard feelings, I walk up to Killian, place a hand on one shoulder, place a hand on another shoulder,
Kick
and
him in the balls.
and mutter a word of under my breath, and you feel your senses expand and contract briefly as you can almost see the next moment before it happens as I cast Gift of Alacrity upon you.
What does it do?
Nice.
You have add a d8 to your initiative rolls for the next 8 hours.
Such a cool spell. I love that
Yeah.
one.
And I reach down and tuck a thumb under the leather of my belt and use that to cast Mage Armor upon myself.
Okay.
So, where are we going?
And Oliver points back the direction of where we saw the totems and said, further that way.
Yeah, so I do believe he's the leader of this expedition currently.
Yes.
Ah,
Talking about
wonderful.
Oliver.
Wonderful.
Just give me a really quick survival check, Oliver.
Is
Oliver.
anybody attempting to assist me with this, or is this just me rolling it this time?
Ben's a little grumpy this morning, so
I can try to assist you, but
What are you doing to assist me?
so since he walks right in front of me, I'm gonna kind of look around, see if I can find any like high traffic areas, footprints, broken branches.
Right. Roll me an investigation check.
Those I'm particularly good at. Except this time. That's a 10.
Oh,
Barely. You're in very unfamiliar terrain, but you're able to pick up a path, so to speak, and you're able to point it out to Oliver, and it does allow you to roll an advantage.
sweet. Oh my goodness. Yep. There we go. That's a 1 and a 5. So
all things in balance.
So a total of 10 on the survival check.
So, all right. Keeping that in mind. As you are walking through these woods on the northeastern side of the mountain range, you see a few totems, but you kind of veer off. You're not seeing as many as you usually do. And then eventually you come to this clearing, and it's strange. In the middle of this clearing is a massive stone. The stone looks very odd and very out of place. It's almost shaped into this perfect rectangle with rounded edges, but it's sticking out of the ground at an angle, and there's old, rusted, ancient bands wrapped around it.
Interesting. Is there anything else like nearby that looks like this is being observed, or like this is frequented, or anything along those lines, or does it?
See a couple of the symbols used by the ogres are marking this stone. Other than that, it's roughly about 4 to 5 feet to the tree line, but it's obvious that this stone is in its own little clearing.
Okay, I do know giant as a language. Is there anything that stands out from this?
You do. You notice fresher runes carved into the stone than of giant esque that it's words of warning, words of arcane, like just confusion and not understanding what this thing is.
Interesting. Okay.
As if one giant came across it and carved a rune to warn other giants to stay away.
I don't know if we should muck with this. There are warning signs about it that look like were probably placed by giants, not ogres. I can't tell exactly what it's about, though.
It
Is there-
doesn't say what it's warning about. It's just general warning.
More general, yes.
Larissa, you've seen something like this before.
Okay, where have I seen it?
You saw a stone very similar to this in a bog way far south.
So when I was traveling with my companions that have been taken by the church, we saw a stone like this in a bog, and there was a hag close by. So I'm not saying it's the same stone or the same thing. It looks almost
What-
identical to me.
Ben, are you looking at the stone?
Yeah, absolutely.
Your passive intelligence, you know what it is.
Okay. What is it?
It's a levitating stone that used to hold airships aloft during the Arcadian Empire.
Oh shit.
Interesting. You said it's worked stone, though, right? Not crystals, nothing like that.
No, it's basically a stone, a giant slate stone that's carved and worked smooth and enchanted to levitate an entire ship. The binds that are around it are bound to the base of the ship and keeps it aloft as propellers and different modes of sails and everything like that propel the ship in either direction.
Does this look like the bottom of it, or
This was
like
it looked as if
do I think there might be more ship below this?
oh no, this looks like it fell out of the ship at a high rate of speed and crashed. Buried itself into the ground at an angle.
So we had stuff very similar to this powering airships. It would keep them aloft in the sky, and this looks like, look at it, look up. It looks like it fell from a long way.
Well, I guess it's probably not that dangerous then. Unless you
Perhaps
want to
things
spend some
nearby.
time messing with it. I don't.
I say let us continue on.
Agreed.
All right. You spend several more hours traveling through the woods to eventually you do start smelling burning smoke, soured smell of tanning leather, and you start hearing the regular sounds of a camp as your party hold on. Yep, they're on. Your party appears on the edges of a primitive camp. And we will end today's session here.
Cool.
Sweet.
Okay.
Are we supposed to be limited on sight range on this map? Or are we
Yep.
supposed to be able to see anything more? Okay.
You should be. Dynamic lighting's on.
Alrighty.
Shouldn't be able to see much.
No, we can't.
Yay.
So we will be picking up right here in our next game. That unless I was supposed to check with you guys beforehand, I'm going to start doing that. Our next game should be December 12th. Here at 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. Everybody able to make that?
Shouldn't be a problem.
I believe
Yeah.
so.
Looking
Okay.
good for me.
That will be added to the Forever DM's schedule. So before we head out today, there's one thing that we like to do. This is our second stream, so what we like to do is we like to do something that we call accolades, which we like to point out certain moments that we enjoyed as a player that another player or the DM did, and so we will do that. It gives us a more of a sense of community playing this game. Everybody likes feeling a little better. D&D is everybody's escape, and it's just something very positive to end the day on. So who would like to head off first with that?
I would actually. Everybody, just beautiful moments today. Committing to the bit for Killian, actually. For no, it's not my watch. What are you talking about? As Ben was furious, and Gabriel was like, "Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh." Gorgeous thing. So that is my silly little role playing accolade for the day.
Thank you. Mine goes to Larissa. I really liked the role play you had with the father and the daughter after we came out of the well. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Mine is for Oliver, because him introducing this shocked child to all the animals and then not correcting her when she got one of them's name wrong. That was awesome. So.
It instantly pulled up literally it was a fantasy name generator that they had a page for pet bears, and I just started refreshing until I found a few that I liked.
I need that link.
This is pretty great.
Because that's how I'll die. I'll die hugging a bear.
I almost died hugging the owlbear. I'm not gonna lie. I saw the little pup. I was like, oh.
Mine was going to be to Larissa for exactly what Killian pointed out. I really enjoyed the tiefling RP moment between you and Mark. But since that one has already been stated, Bill, the shadow hounds through the night around the dome, and the ambience of that moment in the
creepy bullshit.
Yeah, super creepy and spooky. I dug it. It was good stuff.
Yeah, even though my flub, I swore I read that article. He must have corrected it after the fact that he's like, it's a dome, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool, but that just goes to show that we're not always right. We're human. Everybody's human. Everybody makes.
And because I can't not state this as well, Ben, the couple of moments of you as a player choosing to be purposefully bad with people, to lean into that, despite being a decently charismatic character, you force yourself to be bad with people in those moments, which was great. And then, of course, feeding Oliver's love of animals by throwing out more little critters for him to play with was just a personal moment of glee.
Thank you.
So taking in everybody's consideration for accolades, I personally want to reward not experience, but a inspiration point to Killian, mainly for the joking and in the watch situation. It's deserving. It was really funny.
Thank you.
Totally pointless and totally great. So
yeah.
And Tasha agrees.
Tasha agrees.
Nice.
Awesome.
All right.
Dude, this was fun. I always look forward to these Saturday sessions.
Yeah, me too.
This was great.
Me too.
Awesome. Okay, so hopefully you guys are able to join us for Breakfast and Dragons on December 12th. We look forward to it. We hope you look forward to it as well. So, bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Should we